Chapter 1509. There was no end to the vast icy plains. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and there were glaciers everywhere. The cold was bone-chilling, and the air one exhaled would immediately be frozen into ice shards. It was difficult to see creatures here. This place was the northernmost, and apart from the pure white snow and the undulating glaciers, there was nothing else to be seen. Yi Fan advanced on foot. With his current cultivation, he didn't need to be as careful as before. He could walk in a perfectly straight line without any worries. Along the way, he saw a few enormous ruins and ice palaces, but they weren't worth stopping at. He directly arrived at the center of the icy plains, the North Pole. This was a terrifying domain. Space was distorted, and all types of brightly colored mists pervaded the air. The brilliance was chaotic and brilliant. This special domain couldn't be considered small, and its radius was several hundred li. In the past, Yi Fan could only stop here. If he forcefully walked in, he would definitely be torn apart, and his golden body would shatter. Now, he was almost about to take that crucial step and become the great sage. This domain naturally couldn't stop him anymore, and he could calmly walk in. The mist spread out, forming a giant vortex that continuously rotated. The rocks that tumbled down from the distant snowy mountains would instantly turn into fine powder. Yi Fan was calm and composed. His long sleeves fluttered about, and with the immortal sword on his back, his body and mind were calm. He arrived at the forbidden region at the center of the North Pole, arriving at the most mysterious ancient land on this icy plains. Woo-woo, all types of strange whistling sounds rang out. Within this misty vortex, there were shattered bones, stone tablets, and broken weapons. They belonged to past experts, and they all moved along with the powerful domain. These things might be extremely troublesome for others. However, for Yi Fan, who had an innately powerful constitution, it wasn't much. The domain fired strand after strand of multicolored light hacked down on his body, releasing waves of resounding sounds. It was difficult for them to injure him. In the end, he arrived at his destination without any mishaps. There was a giant well here. It was thick and deep, and its end couldn't be seen. It was vast and majestic, and many chaotic lights revolved around it. This was the eye of the vortex. All types of ice fragments splashed about, and waves of terrifying mysterious fluctuations surged. They were several tens to 100 times more powerful than the outside world. Streaks of dazzling light erupted from the deep well, and dense mists rose. This was the ancient immortal land where the Northern Pole immortal light was born. Only once every 100,000 years would a strand of it soar into the heavens, so it was very difficult to catch. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't see Tu Fei or the old woman from the same generation as the crazy old man. The immortal light in the ancient well was more intense. The extreme true essence and magnetic light surged like a river or a sea. Ordinary warriors would be smashed into powder immediately if they got in there. There was an ancient tablet in the Forbidden Zone warning that only sages were allowed to enter. Since Yi Fan had already entered the well, there was no reason for him to retreat. He stepped into the well and fell down. Below the ice cave, there were brilliant colors. Radiance rose like mist, and the coldness was bone-piercing. Hundreds and thousands of corpses floated up and down, most of them already frozen and cracked into pieces, spinning along with the vortex. The clothes on these people were very ancient, and they were from different eras. Almost all of them were ancient people who had died tens of thousands of years ago. Many of them were saints, which made Yi Fan frown. He went straight down for 3,000 zhang, sinking into the depths of the giant well. All kinds of essence chi surged like the sea, and the waves were even more violent, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. He didn't land on an empty ground until he was 10,000 zhang deep. The underground world wasn't dark, and it was brightly lit by all kinds of dancing lights. It looked like a kingdom of gods. There were many ruins underground. Among them, there was a giant stone door in the center. Now, there was a gap, and the extreme true essence and magnetic light rushed out from it. Even Yi Fan felt a certain amount of pressure. He stared at the waves that could tear a saint apart. He walked forward step by step and stared at the majestic stone door. Immortal Mansion. He saw a plaque on it, and when he saw these two words, he was startled. He looked at the underground ancient building area, and suddenly felt that the style was somewhat familiar. After walking around in a big circle, he didn't find anything. He once again arrived in front of the door and slowly pushed it open with a kaka sound. Then, he walked in. The cold was bone-piercing, and the murderous aura attacked the body. It could freeze ordinary saints and destroy them here. Behind the giant door was this terrifying. Light interweaved, divine essence surged, and spiritual energy was like the sea. It was as if he had arrived in a violent immortal realm world. Yi Fan walked with difficulty, facing the great pressure. He walked for dozens of li before he walked out, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, it was no longer cold, there was no extreme true essence, and there were no dancing lights. There was only a deathly stillness. It was as if he had arrived before the creation of the world. This was a dusky world. What entered his eyes were broken mountains, rift valleys, riverbeds. It was dusky, incomparably desolate, and there were no signs of life. It could be seen that in the past, this should have been a piece of divine land, but it had suffered a catastrophe that destroyed all living things, leaving only ruins. Boom! When Yi Fan stepped into a valley, blazing formation patterns flickered, sending him flying. His body cracked, and he was almost destroyed in body and spirit. What kind of place was this? He couldn't help but be shocked. Someone as powerful as him, who could suppress the initial stage great sage, almost died in this place. No one would believe it if news of this got out. This valley was extremely ordinary, a piece of ruined earth. An intense battle had happened in the past, and it had long been destroyed. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Fan almost died with a grievance. It was just a small piece of damaged formation patterns. Just thinking about it made one's scalp go numb. Yi Fan stopped in his tracks and carefully searched this place. The formation patterns that had almost split him apart just now were too strange. After looking carefully, he became more and more horrified. There was only a square meter of damaged pattern that was about to be obliterated. It was dark and without luster, and after injuring him, it was half destroyed. It was difficult for it to exist in this world. Great Emperor formation patterns. Yi Fan said to himself, coming to this conclusion. This was a corner of a damaged formation pattern, and it was an extraordinary node in the Great Formation. It had been preserved until now, and even though it was so damaged, it was still able to injure the great sage. What kind of place was this exactly? It was actually densely covered in Great Emperor formation patterns, but in the end, it was scorched earth. Even such powerful divine patterns no longer existed. As far as the eye could see, the land was scarlet and boundless, scorched earth stretching for tens of thousands of li. Not a single blade of grass grew, mountain peaks were broken, and the great earth was split open. Even with the protection of Great Emperor formation patterns, it was still destroyed to this extent. Just how powerful was this power? Could it be that a Great Emperor battle happened here? This was just too shocking. Yi Fan's brows furrowed deeply. With a light wang sound, a cauldron flew out from between his brows and floated above his head. It released streaks of starry radiance, protecting him within just in case. He walked forward, investigating this world. In the end, he said softly, if it is full of vitality, if the plants are abundant, then isn't it quite similar to the central continent Immortal Manor world? In particular, the two words, Immortal Manor, on the great gate outside were even more similar to the central continent Pure Land. What was the connection between the two? Yi Fan's heart pounded fiercely. He vaguely guessed the truth. The two words, Immortal Manor, had a profound meaning. He quickly walked forward, wanting to seek confirmation. However, right in front of him, an expanse of primal chaos surged. He had reached the end of this small world. The road ahead was cut off. Clearly, some broken mountains, some great rifts were forcibly cut off here. The road ahead was blocked, and the original small world had been destroyed. What a pity, the Great Emperor level battle destroyed all clues. However, I can go to the central continent Immortal Manor world to continue seeking confirmation. Yi Fan searched carefully, not wanting to miss a single place. Finally, in a dilapidated rift valley, he discovered a path that led straight into the depths of the primal chaos. He walked forward. This was a narrow, winding path that brought him into a small heavenly abode that was like a bubble of primal chaos. The circumference of this place wouldn't exceed several li. This place was densely covered with formation patterns, and the path was blocked. They were all great sage-level formations, and the slightest trigger would inevitably lead to the most violent attacks. Yi Fan held the immortal sword in his hand, but he didn't slash immediately. Instead, he gazed forward, feeling astonished. A most sacred and auspicious aura rushed over. There was a hazy ball of immortal light there, wrapping around a person. It floated up and down, merging with the great Tao. Scriptures rumbled, deafening and thought-provoking. That's the northern immortal light. Yi Fan was shocked. Legend had it that a wisp would appear every 100,000 years, but today, it wasn't as simple as just one wisp. There were at least 10 wisps, and they were wrapping around a person. Every wisp was like a spirit dragon, several zhang long. They surged up and down, and immortal energy rose up and down, shocking the world. Tu Fei. Yi Fan called softly. The person being wrapped was Tu Fei. Many years had passed, but he was still the same. He was sealed in the mysterious ice, motionless, and was being nourished by the immortal light. Another wave of life caught Yi Fan's attention. This place could almost be called a bubble of primal chaos, created by someone. A vague figure was wrapped in mist. It was an old woman. She also had the northern immortal light on her body, but it seemed like she had completely refined it. Only a little light flowed on the surface of her body. Above her head, there was a golden pagoda flickering with light. It blended with her, bobbing up and down. It's her. Didn't she transform into the Tao? This was the old woman from the same generation as Crazy Zol. When he came here that year, he clearly saw that she was transforming into the Tao. How could she still be alive? Moreover, her vitality was as vigorous as the sea, hidden in her body. Young man, you're here again. A divine consciousness came. It was definitely the peak of the great sage level, and its fluctuations were like the sea. The old woman still had her eyes closed, not moving at all. It seemed like it was inconvenient for her to move, so she just transmitted her voice. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan saluted. Your advancement surprised me. This world has finally changed again. The old woman sighed, as if she had endless emotions. The old woman didn't die, and the golden pagoda she obtained was a damaged immemorial ancestral artifact. This time, both the old woman and the artifact were nourished by the immortal light. The former's lifespan increased, and the latter also recovered, gradually becoming flawless. According to legend, a strand of immortal light could only fly out every 100,000 years. However, they had a great opportunity. When they opened up this severed mysterious land, they chiseled out this narrow space and obtained more than 20 strands of immortal light. What is this place? Yi Fan asked directly after a short conversation. This is a road. I only chiseled out a section, said the old woman. Road? What kind of road? Yi Fan was shaken. He felt that his guess was getting closer and closer. This is the immortal ascension road from millions of years ago. I'm trying to restore it and reopen it, answered the old woman. Chapter 15:10. Path of Immortality? Yi Fan was shaken. Even though he had some suspicions that this place might be related to immortals, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He actually saw such a path. The old woman wanted to reopen the old path, cut through the primal chaos and recreate the ancient land, restoring the appearance of this small world before it collapsed. Without a doubt, this was extremely difficult. The primal chaos destroyed everything here. Now, it was completely barren. This pure land had been completely cut off. The path of immortalization millions of years ago. Whether that was the beginning of the primordial age or the end of the mythological age was unknown. There was someone who wanted to invade immortal domain, breaking up this small world, creating this scene. Who are those people? One name after another appeared in Yifan's mind. Was it the ancient celestial being, or the emperor of the celestial court at the end of the mythological era, or the immortal heavenly emperor? There was no doubt that those who embarked on the path of immortalhood would be world-shaking. He just didn't know if he had succeeded or failed. Looking at the state of this place, the great emperor's formation patterns had all been ground to pieces, and the path to immortality had also collapsed. It must have been extremely intense at that time. It has finally become the past. Yifan sighed softly. If one wanted to enter the immortal domain, they needed the right time, the right place, and also heaven-defying strength. Not a single one could be lacking. No one could truly be sure where the path of immortality would open in this world. This place was just an undying ruin, a place that had witnessed the glory of those who came before, as well as the desolation of those who came after. The only thing the old woman could do was to open up the primal chaos and restore the pure land of the past to its original state. She wanted to find the traces left behind by the path of immortality millions of years ago. There was no way they could enter immortal domain from here. Time changed, so the location naturally changed as well. However, this place was undoubtedly a treasury, containing immortal light. Back then, that person was unrivaled and unmatched. He definitely broke through immortal domain, or else there wouldn't be immortal light descending into this world. The old woman said. There was naturally reason to suspect that the North Pole immortal light was the spiritual energy of the immortal domain. Back then, someone broke through the barrier that had been unbreakable for 10,000 years, causing the aura of that world to surge over. This immortal energy or auspicious multicolored light was sealed in primal chaos. After endless years passed, a strand would occasionally seep out, appearing in the outside world. This is a powerful person, able to see immortal domain. Yifan sighed softly. Shui Yuqing had also stepped onto the path of immortalhood and broken through the barrier. However, his body was frail and he was no longer as glorious as he was in his prime. In the end, he fell on the road and could not enter that world. What about this person? Would he also be like this, breaking through immortal domain, but in the end, he was covered in blood along the way? This was very likely, because this place had completely collapsed, and the great emperor's formation runes were almost completely obliterated. Yifan looked at Tu Fei and sighed. He knew that it wasn't the right time to come here. Tu Fei's fortune wasn't finished yet. He was still transforming. It wasn't suitable to take him away. A fierce wave of soul consciousness came. Tu Fei couldn't move or talk as he was sealed in the mysterious ice. However, his soul consciousness had been awakened for many years. At this moment, he was so excited. Little Yi, is it really you? It's me. I've come to see you, Yifan said softly. I'm a dead man now. I can't move. I really want to get out of here. Tu Fei's body was controlled by the immortal light, but it hadn't been refined yet. He couldn't move yet. Just wait. Sooner or later, you will be born, comforted Yifan. Where's that dog that should be chopped into pieces? I want to kill it. That bastard. That unreliable bastard. Tu Fei was full of resentment. He was a blabbermouth. At this moment, of course, he couldn't control himself anymore. He cursed Black Emperor. Which one is better? Rock meat or donkey meat? Tu Fei's thought process couldn't be judged by common sense. He had just cursed Black Emperor, and now he was talking about food. What's wrong? Asked Yifan. Hungry. Yifan was speechless. You've got some Saint Virgins. Don't kill them all. As your brother, if you don't agree, you should save some for me. Besides his big mouth, Tu Fei was also thick-skinned. He changed the topic quickly, which made Yifan speechless. After being trapped for so many years, this man couldn't change his nature. Little Yezi, you're not good enough. You can't even get Yao Shi. You haven't seen the Jade Lake Saint Virgins for more than 100 years. You're such a waste. You just woke up. Don't worry too much. Yi Fan got a headache. I want to drink the path understanding tea. Your grandpa. Can't you think normally? Don't jump around. Does Black Emperor still wear flowery underwear? Give him a dog skin one. Tu Fei's thoughts drifted again. After his thoughts raced endlessly, he finally quieted down. It was very quiet. After a long time, he sobbed, Lu Ko is dead. He cried loudly. This was his true feelings. Some bandits had sworn brotherhood. Lu Ko was his good brother, and he had gone through thick and thin with him. However, Tu Fei couldn't send him off. He felt so sad. Yi Fan understood that Tu Tian and the undying old man had come here to tell Tu Fei everything out there. Of course, Tu Fei was hurt. After crying for a long time, Tu Fei finally calmed down. He talked to Yi Fan and asked about many things. In the end, he sighed and wished he could leave immediately. The old woman had taken Tu Fei as her disciple and taught him the Nirvana immortal scripture. It was said that this was the orthodoxy of an ancient celestial being. It was a cultivation method that was copied from a divine steel dug out from the ground. Tu Fei's long hibernation was also related to this. This environment, this immortal light, and this cultivation method were really suitable for him. In the end, they talked about the path to immortality. The old woman pointed out that the celestial world in the central province was definitely the correct location in the past, and that there were even people who had truly entered the celestial realm from there. Because that world had not collapsed to this day, it also meant that the ancient path had not collapsed back then. I want to go there and see what the deepest part is like, said Yi Fan. That year, he couldn't go deep due to his limited strength. He was stopped outside. In that place, the undying heavenly king and the Tai Huang were buried. They had coffins but no corpses. They had entered that small world. Perhaps death wasn't the truth. Becoming an immortal was the truth. Yi Fan stayed here for 3 days. They talked about many things that happened in the past, which made Tu Fei's emotions fluctuate. He didn't participate in the killing of the heavenly prince or the human clan's ancient road. He hated that he couldn't leave immediately. However, his cultivation method was too special. After 3 days, he directly nirvana and fell into a deep sleep. He became a living dead person and began his special cultivation journey. Snowflakes fluttered in the air. Yi Fan bid farewell to Tu Fei and the old woman. He left the ice field and headed south in the wind and snow. Eventually, he returned to the eastern barren territory and entered the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. The Blue Flood Dragon King had passed away before the world changed. Now, the Peacock King and the Scarlet Dragon King were here, leading the monster clan. No one dared to provoke them. There was a lonely grave deep inside the pine forest on a quiet mountain peak. The mound wasn't big, and there was a stone tablet with the name, Qin Yao, engraved on it. The cold wind blew, scattering the fallen leaves. Yi Fan felt very cold. He stood quietly in front of the grave and put down the flower in his hand. Instantly, white flower petals flew everywhere, creating a desolate scene. Yi Fan sat on the cold ground and stayed there for a long time. What could he say? Time had passed, and people had returned to the yellow earth. They would never come back. A cultivator's life wasn't limited to battles of life and death. They also had to face the parting of friends and family. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they would have to face in the future. The pine trees whimpered. This place was desolate and lonely. It was sad to have only a lonely grave like this. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan stood up. The wind was strong, and the pine trees rustled. It sounded like they were sobbing and complaining. He hid in a gust of wind and dashed out of the Blue Flood Dragon King's small world. He didn't go to see the Red Dragon Daoist or the Peacock King. He just wanted to leave this place and run with all his strength. Who was it that scattered these flowers? A woman appeared. It was precisely Jean Yen from the past. She was much more mature now. She looked at the disappearing wind and said, "Did that person come?" Sister Qinyao, the person you couldn't forget has come to see you. I heard he's about to become unrivaled under the heavens. My older brother Jianghu died, and big brother Ku Zhu also died from severing the Tao. Of the three of them, only big brother Bai Feng is left. If we had a choice, how different would our paths be? Jin Yan left this mountain peak. Yi Fan was someone who could kill the initial stage great sage. His strength was extremely great, and he also cultivated the row word art. He possessed the world's fastest speed. Even though the great earth was vast, with his current cultivation, it still couldn't be considered much. He didn't use a formation platform and directly strode forward. He squandered his body's exuberant blood energy and rushed towards Central Continent. After an unknown period of time, he finally slowed down. He had already entered Central Continent's territory, and he slowly calmed down. Large amounts of mountain ranges rose and fell like dragons in hibernation. Waves of purple qi rose up, as if it was a land of ascension to immortality. It was grand and beautiful. This was the immortal mountain where the unique scholar manor was located. Yi Fan directly walked through the mountain gate. Many things of the past occurred to him when he arrived here. One outstanding talent after another had used their strength to break through and enter the unique scholar manor. Only he had stood guard outside and never entered. He had eaten Qi Huanshui's mount, killed Yan Yunhuan, and even faced off against Wang Teng. Who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? Although the current unique scholar manor had sent some outstanding talents into the starry sky, it had not closed. There were still outstanding talents from the 5 regions gathered here. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he attracted a few people's attention. They all turned to look in his direction. He's the Saint Physique Yi Fan. Someone recognized him and cried out in surprise. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the unique scholar manor. Many people appeared and looked in his direction. Now, Yi Fan's name was too great. Even Mount Meru had almost been flattened. There was no need to talk about other things. His appearance naturally caused a commotion. It really is him. I heard that he's about to become a great sage. He can even kill those who have just entered the great sage realm. He's invincible on the human race's ancient road and has returned to the Big Dipper. Within the unique scholar manor, there were people from Yi Fan's generation. After seeing him, they couldn't help but feel bitter. Compared to him, their cultivation levels were already a great deal lower. It was as if they were 2 generations apart. Senior Yi, what's on the human race's ancient road? A very spirited young girl ran over. She was only 12 or 13 years old and looked like a porcelain doll. She didn't fear his fame at all. Senior, tell us about the ancient road. Some other youngsters also came over. This was already the next generation. There were more than 100 years between them and Yi Fan's generation. They were just like them in the past, full of youthful energy. However, there was a 12 or 13-year-old child among them. It was still amazing. Presumably, her aptitude was extremely outstanding. Yi Fan carefully looked at her and found that this doll-like girl was similar to the little monk he saw in the Western Desert's Lan Tua temple. Her aptitude was excellent and her aptitude was extraordinary. It was rare in this world. Which family are you from? Yi Fan asked in a pleasant tone. The porcelain doll was very cute and naive. My mother and Senior Yi are old friends. Chapter 15:11. The porcelain doll was innocent and unaffected. She didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because Yi Fan was an expert on par with the great sage. Her voice was sweet and naive, pure and natural. Yi Fan noticed the longevity lock hanging around her snow-white neck. He understood whose descendant she was, and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. The longevity lock was polished from purple gold. Although its luster and extraordinariness had been deliberately concealed, and it wasn't that outstanding, its auspicious aura could still be sensed. This lock was extraordinary. It was the leftover material from the Buddha's demon-subduing pestle. It was forged into a life-saving lock by the bodhisattvas of the Western Desert. It had been worn by Central Sovereign Xiang Yufei, and then it fell into Duanda's hands. In the end, Yi Fan, Princess Yu Dai, and Dongfang Yi launched a sneak attack in the Immortal Mansion world. They knocked out the heartless Daoist and robbed him clean, and the longevity lock fell into Yu Dai's hands. "Is the princess well?" Yi Fan asked. "My mother is very well. She has mentioned uncle many times, telling me to learn from you and cultivate diligently," the porcelain doll said happily. There were 4 great empires in the central continent, and under them were 9 great dynasties and the 100 schools of thought. Princess Yu Dai was the successor of the peaceful peace country of the 9 great dynasties, and now, she had already become the empress. Yi Fan had saved Yu Dai in the past, and was bestowed an ancient scripture that explained the mysteries of the natural Tao. It was suspected to have been written by a human emperor in his later years, and Li Ruoyu of the humble peak had obtained it as a supreme treasure. Yi Fan himself had also been deeply enlightened. Yu Dai was one of the few beautiful girls in the central continent, and was ranked 3rd by busybodies. She had countless pursuers in this great land, and her popularity among her peers was very high. The stunning girl from back then had already become a mother. Yi Fan could only sigh. Time passed quickly. "My mother said that if I can meet uncle, I must properly ask for his guidance, and also invite him to our home as a guest." The porcelain doll's large eyes were very bright, and her voice was childish. Yi Fan laughed and rubbed her head. This child was very cute. In fact, this little doll was not shy at all. She asked Yi Fan many questions, and even asked about the matters of the ancient starry sky path. The people on the side were very envious, and in the end, the younger generation cultivators all crowded over. They were full of curiosity about the legendary divine physique, and all of them asked about it as a senior. In the distance, a group of cultivators who had cultivated for close to 200 years were speechless. These people had experienced Yi Fan's era, witnessing how he rose up. When they looked back, it was as if they were in a dream. Now, everything was different. Naturally, they were all geniuses whose names shook a region. However, compared to the current Yi Fan, they were much dimmer. Killing a heavenly prince, stepping onto the ancient road of the human race, contending against a great sage, and wanting to flatten Mount Meru in a fit of rage. Which one of these wasn't shocking news? Time has truly changed too much. Some people silently sighed. Some of the experts weren't very old, but after witnessing the events of the past 100 years, they actually wanted to retire, no longer willing to struggle in this chaotic world. Yi Fan talked about some things on the road with these young people, and then he walked into the depths of the odd scholar manor. He wanted to find the old manor master to ask about some things. Unfortunately, he couldn't do as he wished. The old manor master had disappeared for over 100 years, and he had long since left this place. "Uncle, I'll treat you to a drink." The porcelain doll ran over and pulled him towards a small wine shop. The mountains in the manor were beautiful, and peach blossoms were blooming along the road, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. The little girl was very eager to learn, and she asked many questions about cultivation. Then, she gathered her courage and asked Yi Fan to teach her the one artifact breaking 10,000 techniques technique. Yi Fan laughed and said, "Forget it, I'll teach you a scroll of the Tao scripture." It wouldn't be good for him to teach other scriptures. After all, they belonged to the Jade Lake, Jiang clan, and so on. Carelessly teaching them would cause big problems, but the Tao scripture didn't have this kind of worry. The porcelain doll immediately cheered and clenched her small fists. Obviously, the little girl wanted to ask for guidance on the profound mysteries of this scripture. Yi Fan pointed at the space between her eyebrows, and then left her alone to ponder. He stood up and walked off into the distance. "Uncle, the immortal mansion world is so lively. All the saints from outside the realm have been coming and going for so many years, all searching. Aren't you going?" "I want to go in with some friends as well," the little girl called out from behind. "You guys go first, I'll be there soon," Yi Fan replied. He knew that the porcelain doll wanted to go in, but was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he hoped that he could protect her. Yi Fan's main goal in coming to the central continent was to enter the immortal mansion world, so he didn't refuse. He couldn't refuse to take care of the daughter of an old friend. He went to a different tavern, and saw some familiar people. He guessed that they were cultivators of the same generation as him, and after chatting with them, he didn't mind telling them about his experiences over the years. Brother Ye's name has shaken the world, and you've killed so many saints from outside the realm that they don't dare to act rashly. But we haven't accomplished anything yet, and our cultivation isn't high enough. We've really wasted our time. What's the point of saying such useless things? Brother Yi still remembers us, then please drink more and drink to your heart's content. After the initial restraint, the crowd loosened up a little. Yi Fan learned many things from their mouths. He learned all about the turbulence that had happened in the Big Dipper star region over the years. Many years had passed, but the wild aura of the immortal mansion world hadn't changed. Wild beasts ran amok, strange birds roamed, and powerful saints had already been born in the depths. After so many years, this world had long since been opened to the outside world. First, the ancients had stirred up trouble, because they had heard that the undying heavenly emperor was buried here, and that there was a divine will left behind. Then, the saints from outside the realm descended. They understood that this place might be related to the road of immortal ascension, and all of them hurried over to investigate. In the past few decades, they had come and gone, and many heroes had come and gone. They had discovered many secrets, but it was still difficult to enter the deepest parts. That was a forbidden area. Will Senior Yi come? This was a group of youths, 6 or 7 in total. They constantly turned their heads to look behind them. Don't worry, Uncle Yi is coming. The porcelain doll guaranteed, because she had heard the secret voice transmission. Yi Fan had indeed come in. He promised to stand guard for them for 3 days, and then he would leave. Apes cried and tigers roared. Azure dragons soared through the sky, and giant rocks spread their wings. In these past years, the creatures here had become more and more powerful. The natural laws had changed, making this place even more suitable for cultivation than the outside world. On the first day, these youths encountered danger. They were chased by a centipede that was over 10,000 meters long. Poisonous gas gushed out like clouds, and it chased them for thousands of li. They were almost killed. Yi Fan didn't make a move. He calmly watched them flee, and he wouldn't show himself until the critical moment. Finally, these youthful faces understood how dangerous this place was. They no longer rushed in rashly and only trained in the outer regions. They didn't bite off more than they could chew. Time passed in a flash. 3 days passed. Yi Fan appeared and said, "If you are willing, I can bring you all into the depths for a walk. However, it can't be considered training, and will only allow you all to gain some experience." Great! The group of people cheered. Yi Fan walked towards the undying emperor's coffin. He had already heard that the will of the deity had disappeared. Some said that the evil will had been erased under the passage of time, and others said that he had escaped. Meanwhile, the human skin of the undying emperor was brought back from the hands of the humans after many negotiations by the great ancient imperial clans. It was enshrined in the highest divine temple. This place was now empty. The 10,000 zhang jade platform was boundless with primal chaos pouring down like a waterfall. However, the heavenly emperor's ancient coffin, human skin, and the will of the deity could no longer be found. This is fine as well. Otherwise, if the will of the deity runs amok, there will be great trouble. Yi Fan said to himself. If it really was the evil will, then that was that, but if it was finally bald, he would summon the past life and awaken the true undying emperor. Then, he would be unmatched in the heavens above and earth below, sweeping through all life. The undying emperor is too terrifying, even life and death becoming a mystery. Yi Fan sighed softly. In the past, the undying emperor died and was buried in Purple Mountain. All clans knew about this. However, reality wasn't like that at all. After who knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed, his coffin appeared here again. How could a person be buried twice? He was first buried in Purple Mountain, and then the coffin was placed here. There was a gap in time, and at that time, the undying emperor most likely hadn't died. All signs pointed to the fact that he revived after being buried in Purple Mountain. His body underwent rebirth, reappearing in this world. Then, he came here and established the immortal path, wishing to fight his way into immortal domain. Yi Fan left this place, heading towards the depths of the immortal manor world. This space was extremely large, easily spanning tens of thousands of li. The territory was vast and boundless. Kill, shouts of war shook the skies. In the depths of this pure land, a boundless battlefield appeared. Not a single blade of grass grew here. Demonic clouds surged, and baleful energy overflowed into the heavens. It was unknown just how many people were stopped in this place. Almost all saints couldn't pass through, stopped by the most powerful killing intent. Black mists roiled, killing intent shocking through endless time. In the past, there was definitely a great battle that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split apart. There were ruined marks of great emperors left behind, and there wasn't the slightest bit of life left on the scorched earth. Many figures could be seen fighting a great battle in the mists. These were the afterimages left behind from the archaic times, and even after endless time had passed, they hadn't been erased. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying that battle was. A magnificent army turned into ashes, leaving behind unerased resentment and killing intent, engraving itself into this shattered mountain and river. Undying Emperor. Someone roared angrily, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Even after endless time had passed, it still made everyone's ears ring with wang wang sounds. One could imagine just how astonishing that roar was back then, how majestic and magnificent it was. Yi Fan was stunned. Meanwhile, the faces of the porcelain doll and the others were all pale. They were all horrified. Even though they were young, they had naturally heard of archaic emperors. When they heard this type of explosive roar, their minds all trembled. Did he really open up the path of immortality here? Yi Fan said to himself. He became more and more certain. He had the children stay here and not rush about randomly. Then, he himself turned into a void figure, circling around this boundless battlefield, starting to measure it and carefully observe it. This was definitely a tremendous calamity. Even the great emperor's formation patterns were shattered. Was this the result of forcefully entering the path of immortality, or was it the result of a great battle between two archaic emperors? Even Yi Fan couldn't be sure. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even though most of the laws and resentment had been erased, there were still some that didn't scatter, creating this type of disturbance. It was also precisely because of this that the saints were stopped here. 90% of them couldn't pass through. In just a short period of time, Yi Fan discovered that there were no less than 18 saints pacing back and forth. There were ancient races, as well as sages from the outer realms. All of them were very powerful, and they were here to investigate. Why did a few little things that still smell of their mother's milk come in? Aren't you afraid of dying without a burial? A saint from the other side walked over. When he saw the porcelain doll and the others, his eyes were demonic and sparkling. The incomer naturally released a powerful aura that rushed over, pressing down on the porcelain doll and the others until their bones were about to break. They almost immediately knelt down. Do you have a problem? Yi Fan arrived soundlessly and stared at him coldly. You have the human race's divine physique? The voice of this foreign expert trembled. He staggered backwards and hurriedly bowed. Then, without saying a word, he hurriedly left into the distance. The saints nearby all knew that Yi Fan had arrived, and it immediately caused a wave of unease. Everyone nodded in his direction, but they all kept a respectful distance and quickly retreated, making way for this place. Yi Fan didn't tarry. His body shone with golden light, and he propped up a golden divine domain. He led the young people into the battlefield and actually passed through. Many saints were dumbfounded by the scene. Fellow Daoist, you are indeed extraordinary. Now, your style is peerless. As soon as Yi Fan came out, he saw a familiar person. Hunshuo, the great sage, the king of mediation, greeted him with a smile and a kind expression. When he looked again, there were a few figures on this side of the battlefield. None of them were weak. They were all great sage, and they were all staring at the scene in front of them with solemn expressions. What is that? Could it be an immortal who has suffered a tribulation? Someone asked, his voice trembling. Clearly, he was also a latecomer and didn't understand the situation here. Chapter 15:12. An expanse of demonic light rested on the scorched earth. To be more precise, it was more like a flame, dark red with black light. It looked extremely sinister, terrifying to the extreme, making even the void distort. Within the flames, there were humanoid figures one after another, releasing blazing radiance. They were struggling, twisting, resisting furiously. What kind of creature was this? Not destroyed after experiencing 10,000 tribulations, existing since ancient times, living until now? It truly made one's mind tremble. Without a doubt, this expanse of demonic light had existed since ancient times, never extinguishing. How many tens of thousands of years had passed, yet these humanoid creatures were still bound here, struggling and roaring. One couldn't help but be shocked. Even Yi Fan was stupefied. What kind of creature could live for so long? Now, there seemed to be only one answer: immortals. It was no wonder that the great sage who had just arrived couldn't help but cry out in alarm, suspecting that these were immortals who had suffered a tribulation. Immortals, do they really exist in this world? Have they been bound by someone? Just what kind of cultivation does one have to be able to do this? The porcelain doll and several youngsters' voices trembled. If it wasn't for them standing within Yi Fan's golden sacred domain, they wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure at all. Their bodies would definitely explode a long time ago. Even ordinary saints would be torn apart before the demonic light. Only the great sage could appear here. Dao friend, what do you think? Great sage Hunshuo spoke, asking Yi Fan. He was just like in the past, the passage of time not leaving many scars on his face. He looked extremely ordinary, his clothes even more casual, not much different from an old human farmer. There was a simple and honest aura about him. Naturally not immortals, said Yi Fan. On this side of the battlefield, there were a total of 8 or 9 great sages. There were ancient race elders, as well as a few from beyond this region. They were currently existences at the peak of Big Dipper, able to overlook all life. Towards Yi Fan's arrival, they didn't have any hostility, nor did they have any good intentions. They were all indifferent, each standing on one side. Someone with this kind of status naturally didn't need to lower himself, everything could be done according to his heart. Moreover, they also had this kind of strength. They knew that Yi Fan had an emperor weapon and couldn't be angered. It was fine as long as they didn't provoke him. After hearing Yi Fan's conclusion, almost everyone nodded. Apart from those who had just arrived and didn't understand the situation, those who had carefully observed for a long time naturally wouldn't believe that these were immortals. If the great emperor was angry, the heavens and earth would collapse, all life would be destroyed. Let alone immortals, if there really were a few who were tied up here, struggling furiously like this, it might not only be this scorched earth that would explode, even this small world and central continent would split apart. Just what exactly was this? Everyone had their own answers. Some people believed that it was some sort of divine will, some sort of undying will that had manifested here. Some people of emperors had of gods, but of mortals. Sure. Of gods, of divine intent. Without a doubt, the latter conjecture was crazy. Normally, only existences at the level of archaic emperors or great emperors could give birth to such evil spirits. It was too shocking to see several of them together. Yi Fan searched carefully and observed carefully. He didn't find the divine will of the undying heavenly emperor. He believed the former guess more. Roars came from the dark red flames, shaking the great sage so much that his chi and blood surged and his body swayed. Yi Fan hurriedly thickened his gold sacred domain to protect the few young people. Just how powerful is his will? After countless years, he has already been worn down to his weakest state, yet he can still be like this. This is truly shocking. Everyone sighed. These humanoid creatures were terrifying. Even if they were so weak that they weren't even 1,000th of what they were in the past, if they escaped, it would still be enough for the great sage to go to war. This must have been left behind by an ancient emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone else to have such a strong will imprint. A great sage from the outer realm said. He had 12 pairs of golden wings, and it was unknown what kind of bird race he belonged to. Everyone nodded. Even the remnant fluctuations were this powerful. It could only be an ancient supreme being. Fellow Daoist, what do you think this dark red demonic light is? Great sage Hunshuo asked Yifan as if they were of the same generation. He was very serious and sincere. Thinking back to the past, such a character was high up above, so powerful that even sage kings had to retreat, let alone Yifan, who hadn't become a saint yet. But now, everything was different. The little cultivator of the past had grown to a level that even the great sage feared. Everyone needed to treat him with caution and seriousness. It looks like blood is burning, Yifan said. That's right. Fellow Daoists and I also think so. This time, we specially came to seek confirmation. Great sage Hunshuo nodded. The porcelain doll and the other juniors all held their breaths. They stood behind Yifan and listened attentively, not daring to disturb the conversation of this group of experts. These people weren't from the same world as them. How could they see them normally? Today, Yifan brought the porcelain doll and the others to broaden their horizons. It was completely a kind of spoiling. Hunshuo took out a paper bag. After opening it, it was actually black soil that emitted a hair-raising aura. The outer realm great sage was amazed and couldn't help but take a step back. According to legend, this was formed when the blood of an ancient sovereign sprinkled on the soil. After the essence energy scattered, it became what it is today. Great sage Hunshuo said. With a light shout, a stream of light shot out, dragging the soil into the demonic light ahead. Boom! The entire world trembled. It was as if the world was collapsing. The dark red flames burned even more fiercely. However, near the black soil, there was a shocking change. It suffered a great rejection, and the dark red flames actually liquefied, turning into wisps of bloody mist. The killing intent was astonishing. This was a confrontation between the remnant blood of a great emperor-level expert and the ancient sovereign's blood. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They realized that their speculation was correct. It really was the blood of a great emperor-level expert that was burning. In that case, these humanoid creatures are the inextinguishable imprints contained in the blood? Correct, but this is the case. Everyone sighed. The ancient supreme beings were too powerful. The fluctuations of the imprints left behind by their remnant blood were already so terrifying. If their true bodies appeared, how terrifying would they be? Does anyone want to go inside and see what's going on? Great sage Hunshuo asked. Everyone immediately became silent. In so many years, no one had been able to enter. This demonic light was blocking the way, and it was truly frightening. Who dared to take the risk? They could only watch and deduce from the outside. This time, I've borrowed an emperor weapon. This old one wishes to go inside and see what's going on. Is there anyone willing to go with me? Hunshuo asked. As soon as he said this, 5 or 6 great sage immediately retreated far enough away from him. It was as if they were avoiding a plague god, not wanting to get involved. After so many years, the outer realm great sage and the others had long understood this world. They had even analyzed some powerful characters. In their eyes, Hunshuo was a star of misfortune. He could even persuade several great sages to death when they were fighting. If this type of person didn't do it on purpose, then he was naturally a god of misfortune. In reality, combining with past cases, everyone believed that he was the latter. He had an innately miserable and unlucky appearance. If one provoked him too much, there would be great problems. There were people who searched through ancient texts, saying that this was a special type of fate. He was innately gloomy and unlucky, but in the end, it would always land on others to lessen his own sins. The great sage naturally didn't believe these things. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they believed in themselves. How could they believe this type of nonsense? However, they couldn't stop tragic things from happening one after another, so they naturally viewed him like a black crow. Now, he had an emperor weapon, so it was even more dangerous. It seems like only little friend and I are kindred spirits. Hunshuo said, looking towards Yifan. It was because he was the only one who didn't move. The others all moved 800 zhang away. Even the ancient race elders ultimately maintained a respectful distance. Yifan was speechless. The porcelain doll was about to cry. He pouted and pulled at the corner of Yifan's clothes, telling him not to agree no matter what. After so many years, even these children had heard of Hunshuo's glorious past. It was like thunder piercing through their ears. Yifan laughed and said, "All right, I'm willing to make a trip." When they heard this, the porcelain doll and the others' little faces all became snow white. They really didn't want to walk too close to this god of misfortune. Even the great sage was cursed to death, so their little lives were even more delicate. "All right, the demonic light over there has almost been extinguished. We'll leave from there," said Hunshuo. Yifan walked behind him, maintaining a set distance from him. After all, this was an ancient race senior expert. His strength was extremely great, and he had an emperor weapon in hand, so he had to be on guard. Of course, he wasn't that scared either. He himself also had an emperor weapon. At worst, he could just run away, so there was no need to be scared. On this side, the demonic light was indeed about to be extinguished. Only a weak flame was jumping about, but it blocked the path ahead. After burning for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years, this type of blood still hadn't dried up. This in itself was enough to prove how terrifying it was. No one would be careless. The god of misfortune Hunshuo brought out the emperor weapon. This was a dark blue gourd, as if it was born from a real plant and not refined. The mouth of the gourd spat out chaotic energy. This was the ancestral weapon of the primitive lake, the primitive emperor's famous extreme Dao weapon. Hunshuo held it, and it emitted a gentle light. He walked through the void, walking towards the depths of the forbidden land, avoiding those flames and human-shaped imprints. When Yifan saw this, he brought out the damaged green copper cauldron. It floated above his head, and with the immortal sword in hand, he followed inside. The porcelain doll and the others were nervous and expectant. Yifan used a technique, and all of them disappeared, being held in his palm. Behind him, all of the great sage's eyes were shining with divine light as they stared at the green copper cauldron. This was a legendary immortal weapon, something left behind by an emperor. Everyone coveted it. However, no one dared to act rashly, because this was a killing star. Even Mount Meru was almost flattened, so if they didn't have any confidence, who would dare make a move? The dark red flames were extremely terrifying, possessing world-shocking destructive power. The green copper cauldron was forced to shine. After all, that was emperor blood burning, even though its essence energy had pretty much scattered. Hunshuo and Yifan walked in front and behind. It was daunting, but not dangerous. They passed through this area of demonic light, about to break away from the dark red flames and avoid all of the human-shaped imprints. During this time, the porcelain doll reminded him in a low voice, saying, "Uncle Yi, he can even stop people from fighting, so won't it be even more miserable if we go in with him? Everyone says he's the reincarnation of a god of misfortune." Even though she was using her divine will to transmit sound, what kind of person was Hunshuo? He could completely hear it. He turned around and revealed a benevolent smile. "Little doll, you're quite cute. You look like you're carved from jade, just like my granddaughter in the past. In the future, I'll protect you in Big Dipper." When the porcelain doll heard this, her little face immediately turned snow white. She covered her mouth and was about to cry. I didn't hear anything. Please don't talk to me." Hee hee. Yifan laughed again and again. They safely passed through this area and arrived at the depths of the forbidden land. They immediately felt an even more terrifying aura. At this moment, the green copper cauldron shone brightly, several times more resplendent than before. This is... Even Hunshuo was shocked, his eyes widening. Is this the end? The golden blood in Yifan's body boiled as he looked at everything in front of him in shock. Chapter 15-13. In the innermost depths of the forbidden ground, this was a piece of scorched earth. In the outer regions, the mountains had collapsed and the rivers had dried up. The land was deathly still, without the slightest bit of life. And inside, it was a scarlet expanse, dripping with fresh blood. Broken bones and flesh were scattered everywhere. It was a ghastly sight to behold. This kind of blood was bright red and had an undying divine luster. Although most of the essence energy had dissipated, it was still shocking. There was a kind of pressure spreading outwards. Emperor blood. In just an instant, these three words appeared in the hearts of Hunshuo and Yifan. The center of the entire forbidden ground was bleak, emitting a sparkling red light. There were many puddles, all of them were this kind of emperor blood. There were even some blood-stained white bones and minced meat, causing the hearts of those who saw it to palpitate. An aura that could slay the primordial spirit and seize the soul permeated the air. This wasn't a true powerful force, but rather a formless pressure from a spiritual domain. The stronger one was, the deeper they would feel it. Yifan and Hunshuo's blood was boiling. Their foreheads shone with a sparkling light, as if there were hundreds of stars on their backs. The immortal platforms at the center of their brows were about to explode. Calm their hearts, focus, self-control. The two of them quickly stabilized their state of mind, allowing themselves to be like mortals. They didn't use their primordial spirits or physical strength to resist. The pain of their bones being torn apart slowly disappeared. The two of them finally stabilized. The demonic and heaven-defying pressure ahead no longer targeted the two of them. Instead, it was conflicting with the Emperor weapons. Regardless of whether it was the blue gourd or the green copper cauldron on Yifan's head, their radiance didn't diminish at all. The porcelain doll and the other children didn't sense the danger earlier. But when they saw Yifan and great sage Hunshuo like this, they instantly understood that this place was filled with danger. A great emperor died here, even his body exploded. The path to immortalization is so terrifying. Even an ancient supreme being died. Yifan sighed. Great sage Hunshuo had a heavy expression. This kind of ending was truly moving. A supreme being who had been invincible throughout the ages actually had a day where he died, dying miserably on the path to immortal realms. This truly made one's heart tremble. There was no head, no face, and no one could see his true appearance. The ancient emperor had completely exploded. His body was smashed into smithereens, and fresh blood drenched the place. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Amongst these pieces of corpses, the only one that was completely preserved was a right palm. It was warm like jade, and it possessed a terrifying energy of divinity. If it were to strike someone, then even the quasi-emperor would perish on the spot. Sadly, right now, he could only lie there quietly. Everything was over. The ancient emperor failed in the path of immortality and died. This was the ending of the path to immortality, the tragic end of an ancient supreme being. Yifan had heard many legends, but what he was seeing now was the most tragic scene on the road to immortality. A great emperor-level figure was blown to pieces. How tragic was that? Further forward, it was chaotic and hazy, the entire small world cut off. This meant that the path of immortality stopped here, shattered. This person failed to pass the trial and died dejectedly. Who is this person? Could it be the undying heavenly emperor? Yifan muttered to himself. Great sage Hunshuo's heart immediately jumped. This title was supreme to the 10,000 ancient races. Even though tens of thousands of years had passed, he was still the supreme deity in the hearts of many ancient races. And within many great races, there had always been a legend that the undying heavenly emperor might not have died and had ascended to immortality. In reality, there was no need to verify this at all. Perhaps it was the respect people had for the supreme deity in their hearts, and as a result, the legend and glory were derived. As for the truth, no one knew. It can't be the undying heavenly emperor. He is unrivaled in this world. Even if he stepped onto the path of immortality, he wouldn't be defeated. He is known as undying. This trial cannot allow him to die. Hunshuo shook his head and didn't accept this explanation. He came here before and buried the coffin, leaving behind a piece of human skin. His flesh and bones are nowhere to be seen. Could it not be him? When Yi Fan opened and closed his eyes, light shot out in all directions. In reality, he didn't really believe it was the undying Heavenly Emperor, because he had previously heard the roar of another person in the battlefield outside. The one who seemed to have the upper hand seemed to be that undying Heavenly Emperor. In this world, is there an era where two emperors coexisted? Yi Fan asked. Henshuo shook his head. From what he knew, there didn't seem to be such an era. However, when he thought of the Venerable Emperor era, he became a bit hesitant. That was a great and complicated world. It was rumored that there might have been experts of the same level coexisting, but there was no proof. The two of them circled around these shattered mountains and rivers, looking at the ghastly blood and white bones. The Emperor's body had already been shattered, so the essence of his body had pretty much flowed out. However, it was still terrifying. Of course, the most important thing was the spiritual pressure. The more powerful one was, the greater the effect, making one's heart tremble. To fight to this extent on the path of immortality, this person seems to be about to enter. Unfortunately, he still failed at the last moment and died miserably here. The time of this person's era was wrong. He wanted to forcefully barge in with his world-shaking cultivation, so he was destined to fail. The two of them discussed. They wanted to bring out a piece of Emperor bone, because even though the essence energy was about to scatter, that was still a rare immortal material. However, they couldn't do anything about it, because there were great Emperor patterns interweaving about the shining blood and bone that still hadn't been erased. Woo-woo, suddenly, a sobbing sound entered their ears, sounding sorrowful and miserable, incomparably mournful. Someone was crying. From the sound of it, the age shouldn't be too young, extremely sorrowful. It was right up ahead. There were Emperor patterns flickering about here. Even though they didn't extend outwards, they could still distort space and other things, which was why they could powerfully interfere with one's sight and hearing. At first, Yi Fan and Henshuo thought that it was an imprint that hadn't been erased since the ancient times, not taking it seriously. However, when they continued walking for several dozen li, they sensed a wave of Emperor might, and only then were they shocked. In a mountain call, there was an indistinct figure who was currently crying in grief, kneeling towards the flesh at the center. Meanwhile, above its head was a dragon sword that released brilliance in all directions, dazzling and resplendent. It continuously released mournful cries. Tai Emperor Sword. This was Central Continent Great Xia Emperor clan's supreme treasure, left behind by its founder. One didn't need to think too much to know that this person definitely came from the everlasting dynasty. Yi Fan's heart shook, and Henshuo also instantly understood. Now, the truth had come to light. The one who died at the center of the battlefield was the Tai Emperor, the founder of the Grand Xia dynasty. The Tai Emperor stepped onto the path of immortalhood, but he failed forcefully and his body exploded here. This was a great sage, his body emitting an aura of decay. He didn't have much lifespan left, and needless to say, this was the foundation of the Grand Xia imperial clan. Now, he had appeared. This person should be the Tai Emperor's descendant, otherwise, why would he be so sorrowful? He trembled as he stood up, crying a few times, allowing the Tai Emperor's sword to continue its mournful cries before finally leaving. He didn't bid farewell to Yi Fan or Henshuo, he just left on his own. It wasn't one of the supreme sovereigns of the supreme ancient immortal realms, it was actually the Tai Emperor. When the truth came out, Yi Fan sighed softly. Great Sage Henshuo was also startled and didn't say anything for a long time. As for the porcelain doll and the others, they all kept their mouths shut, their little faces filled with solemnity. All of them held their breaths in concentration, listening quietly. Yi Fan knew that the Tai Emperor had come here before, because during the battle back then, he and the others had ascended the tens of thousands of zhang tall jade platform and found the Dao diagram left behind by the undying emperor within the coffin. So this was the result. It wasn't the primordial emperor, nor was it the undying emperor, but the Tai Emperor died. The primordial emperor died here, filled with unwillingness. Not far away, his emperor blood was still burning, and even now, it hadn't been extinguished. This was the resentment of his unwillingness. Since ancient times, countless heroes had hoped to become immortals, but there was no record of a certain person becoming an immortal. Now, it seemed that everything was a tragedy. Even the primordial emperor failed, leaving behind great hatred as he fell in a pool of blood on the path of immortalhood. What's with that roar from the battlefield? Yi Fan muttered to himself as he looked at Henshuo. Now that he thought about it, that roar was too terrifying. It seemed to be extremely angry at the undying emperor, and was loudly berating him, filled with hatred. Henshuo was also deep in thought. This was really strange. What exactly happened in the past? Why would there be such unwillingness to die? Why would such a voice be branded in the void, not dissipating even now? That voice was so terrifying, and it was still there. It was very likely that it was the roar of a great emperor-level character. Could it be left behind by the Tai Emperor? No matter who it was, when they thought about it, they couldn't help but make some connections. How did the Tai Emperor die? Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. Great sage Henshuo was silent. There were clues that pointed to one direction. It was very likely that the undying emperor had secretly attacked the Tai Emperor. However, how was this possible? The undying emperor was a character from the beginning of the primordial era, at the end of the legendary era. It was at least several million years ago, and the Tai Emperor was someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago. How could the two of them meet? This didn't make sense. That old ghost, the undying emperor, could he have lived for so long? How is that possible? If that's the case, he wouldn't need to become an immortal, and he would already be immortal. When Henshuo heard Yi Fan's disrespect, he didn't object. He only frowned and thought about it seriously for a long time. Even he felt a wave of horror and strangeness. Could it be that the Tai Emperor forcefully broke through and opened the path to immortality, but the undying emperor ambushed him and stole his immortal throne? The porcelain doll said in a low voice. The other youngsters were all overwhelmed with shock. This matter was too far away from them. The great sage was someone they couldn't even look up to, let alone a great emperor. However, they had heard such a secret at this moment. This was a bewildering murder case that involved ancient emperors. After the porcelain doll finished speaking, he shook his head. This kind of deduction had a fatal flaw. Who could live for millions of years? Yi Fan's eyes were cold as he said, could it be that the undying heavenly emperor also walked that path in the end? Don't tell me that the origin ancient mind was created by him, and that was why he was able to live for endless years? Henshuo was shaken. He said to himself, doing that would indeed allow one to live for so long. However, it is too cruel. It would be difficult for one to advance even an inch in this life. The things he spoke of, at this point, there was already no longer a need to doubt what kind of existences there were in origin ancient mind, that they survived precisely through such methods. The undying emperor definitely wouldn't do that. He was a prideful person, and from the moment he was born, he wanted to make all deities of the 10,000 worlds kneel beneath his feet. He would rather die than submit. He claimed to be number one throughout the ages, so how could he lower his head? Great sage Henshuo said. Regardless, this place didn't have the undying emperor's corpse. He had come here before, so he definitely had some plans and obtained something. The number of great emperors and emperors from the ancient times can be counted. Let's go to that battlefield again and carefully observe those engravings. We need to see who exactly left them behind to determine the truth behind this bloody case. Yi Fan said. He took the lead and walked out, wishing to get to the bottom of this. Chapter 15:14. The great emperor fell, dying in battle on the immortal path. It was actually this bitter, truly shocking everyone's hearts. In the hearts of the people of this world, the two words great emperor were as heavy as Mount Tai. There was nothing they couldn't do, no opponents they couldn't defeat. They were the synonym for unmatched. However, it was precisely these types of people who died, their bodies smashed and their bones crushed. It was truly shocking. Yi Fan gave the sparkling emperor blood, as well as the white bones and crushed flesh one last look. He left this place, heading towards the battlefield outside to see what was going on. In front of the dark red flames, those 8 or 9 great sage still hadn't scattered, still standing there and watching seriously. Yi Fan and Hunshuo came out one after another, making them reveal strange expressions. They wanted to ask about the results, but they didn't have much of a relationship. Moreover, they all felt restraining fear. After all, these two had emperor weapons in their hands. Only an old clan elder walked up and asked Hunshuo. After obtaining a brief understanding of the situation, his expression couldn't help but change greatly. Finally, they arrived at that ancient battlefield. The indistinct figures were all engravings of ancient heroic spirits. A magnificent army charged forward, exceptionally intimidating. Even though they could move through this place, they still had to consciously avoid the most powerful engravings. Otherwise, there would likely be great trouble. There was even less of a need to talk about searching for the most terrifying roar. This engraving was definitely world-shocking, definitely left behind by a great emperor-level figure. It was carved here, impossible to erase. There was scorched earth everywhere, mountains and rivers shattered. The damaged formation pattern's luster grew dim. No matter how one looked at it, it was a land of destruction, blasted into a ruined world. Yi Fan, Hunshuo, and the other great sage arrived here. After carefully looking around, they were all horrified. They saw quite a few star stones. Normal saints couldn't move them. These are true stars. Someone casually grabbed them and refined them, turning them into magical treasures. Hunshuo said with a light sigh. There were many star stones on the ground, but they were only the size of a fist. They floated within some formation patterns, flickering with dim luster. It was truly shocking. If the magical seal was removed, these might immediately turn into great stars. It really was as if the heavenly dome was blasted apart, all of them falling here. Undying Emperor, an angry roar finally appeared. Emperor weapons hovered above Yi Fan and Huntatuo's heads, protecting themselves. They walked forward against the great pressure, wanting to find out the truth. It was a majestic figure. Although it was very blurry, it was suffocating. Although it was an incomplete brand, it was as if the 9 heavens were pressing down, causing the navy gourd and green copper cauldron to shake. What, this person is, Yi Fan was stunned. Even though he only saw a back view, it didn't seem like a human. It was this domineering, this matchless, aura that pierced through the 9 heavens. Emperor of Fighting. Great sage Hunshuo cried out in alarm. He was someone from the end of the archaic era and had an audience with the unmatched sacred emperor. He had even been suppressed by the sacred emperor and given pointers, so how could he not recognize him? The majestic figure could pluck down the stars in the sky, but it disappeared in a flash. After all, this was only a remnant will, and not an illusory body or incarnation. Things were getting more and more complicated. The Emperor of Fighting had actually come. The roar from before wasn't made by the Grand Emperor, but by the Emperor of Fighting who had discovered something. He was furious and berated the Undying Emperor. What had happened in the Immortal Mansion world in the past? The fog was heavy, and if one looked closely, they could only think that it was related to the path of immortality. This was once the correct place. Yi Fan frowned. It wasn't the Grand Emperor's roar, but the monkey's father. It was hard to speculate now, and it was completely different from what he had imagined. The Grand Emperor's death shouldn't have anything to do with the Undying Emperor. Great sage Hunshuo spoke and let out a long breath. He also had some suspicions just now, but he didn't want the supreme deity in his heart to have such a stain. Now, it seemed that the Grand Emperor had died. He most likely fell before the path of immortality, and his blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't enter the immortal domain, and his body was crushed. However, Yi Fan frowned, feeling that things weren't so simple. In the early years, the monkey's father also respected the Undying Emperor like the ancient race people, but in the end, he overturned his Dao field and completely broke off relations. As for what the reason was, outsiders had no way of knowing. Only today, when Yi Fan saw this incomplete imprint, did he understand. Perhaps it had something to do with the path of immortality. The Undying Emperor had plotted in this place, and most likely the Emperor of Fighting had discovered something. Therefore, when he returned, he overturned his Dao field and smashed his divine statue. Moreover, it must have been something big. Otherwise, with the status of the Emperor of Fighting, he wouldn't have used such intense methods. 1,000,000 years later, the Grand Emperor also came here, and he still wanted to become an immortal. But how could the same place be the correct place so many times? If it wasn't that someone had set up a trap for the Grand Emperor, then this place was really too special. If it really has something to do with the undying Emperor, then he's the most terrifying person. He hasn't died for millions of years, and he can plot against two great emperors. It's really terrifying, the porcelain doll said with a bit of fear, blinking its large eyes. Hunshuo frowned. Behind him, the old patriarch of the ancient race didn't like what he heard and glared at him. However, when he saw Yi Fan's cold eyes, he had no choice but to turn his face away. The immortal mansion world was complicated and confusing. It was already impossible to find out what the truth was. After all, it was too long ago, and the great emperors had changed many times. Yi Fan returned to the place where the emperor's body had shattered. He stared at the flesh and blood, and looked at the only palm that hadn't been destroyed. He couldn't help but frown. That palm was sparkling and translucent like jade, and it was the center of the palm. If one looked closely, there were a few wrinkles on the back of the hand, and it wasn't completely maintained in its youthful state. Obviously, the Grand Emperor had been very old at that time. In his later years, it was reasonable to say that he had fallen on the path of immortality due to his old age and weak body. In the end, Yi Fan relaxed his brows. There was no need to worry about it. There was no need. In reality, it was enough to sum up a few useful pieces of information. The first was that the undying Heavenly Emperor hadn't died in the Purple Mountain and had come here. The second monkey's father had also come. He had seen through something and rebelled against the undying Heavenly Emperor. The third was that the Grand Emperor had tried to break through here and fallen in a pool of blood, dying on the path of immortality. No matter what, this place was useless in this world. The primal chaos had cut off the path ahead, and the path of immortality had collapsed. There was nothing left to investigate in this immortal mansion world. For Yi Fan, the curtains could be drawn. He had finally explored this world clearly. What a pity. The great emperor of a generation actually ended up like this. In order to become an immortal, he died without a complete corpse. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. Whether or not immortals existed in this world was a serious matter. Since ancient times, there hadn't been a single example of true success. The most powerful celestial being, the ancient emperor, and the great emperor had almost all failed. There hadn't been a single example with conclusive evidence. Immortals were too indistinct, too far away. Even great emperors were left with regrets and grief. Daoist friend, will you be participating in the upcoming distinguished meeting? Great sage Hunshuo asked as they left this forbidden land. What distinguished meeting? Yi Fan was astonished. He had just returned and hadn't paid attention to it, so he hadn't heard of any distinguished meeting. The distinguished meeting of the myriad races. Great sage Hunshuo replied. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. He still remembered the distinguished meeting of the myriad races at the Jade Pool. That was truly a turbulent time. The human race and the ancient race had engaged in a soul-stirring contest. Great sage Hunshuo said, in this world, the true path of immortality is about to appear, and the Big Dipper is becoming more and more chaotic. There are endless battles, and the saints are fighting to the death. They are about to set a rule. There were rumors in the world that this world would be different from the past. The ancient emperor and the great emperor of the human race both speculated that the heaven and earth might split open an immortal gate and connect the immortal domain. However, time was limited, so there would definitely be bloodshed and corpses forming a sea. The Big Dipper was destined to become the center of the storm in the entire universe. Battles were unavoidable, but they couldn't continue to be chaotic because of this. The various races had to discuss and set some rules. When the time comes, I will go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded and bid farewell to the god of misfortune. When they returned to the great scholar manor, the porcelain doll and the few youths were incomparably excited. They bowed to Yifan to express their gratitude. Everything they had experienced today was too mysterious to them. They walked side by side with the great sage and saw the corpse of the great emperor of ancient times. They didn't even dare to think about this in the past, but now they were exploring it. In the northern part of the central region, in the City of Darkness, a place that made the unparalleled experts frown and feel apprehensive. The Empress of the West had come and gone before. Great Sage Physique had come here before. The Void Emperor had overseen it before. Great Emperor Wuxia had descended before. They represented supreme beings of the extreme Tao one after another. This city was too special. It would inevitably become the center of the storm every time there was a dark upheaval. That was because this place wasn't that far from the Undying Mountain, and it wasn't that far from the Sacred Cliff either. It was an ancient city that had to face the forbidden regions of life during the Age of Turmoil. Among them, there was a great sage Physique who fought a bloody battle at the Undying Mountain. He spent his entire life on conquest, and in the end, he died at the Sacred Cliff in his later years. During his prime, he had once guarded the City of Darkness, and it was unknown how many upheavals he had quelled. The Void Emperor had fought bloody battles in the various forbidden regions, and the final battle at the Undying Mountain was the most cruel. Great Emperor Wuxia had also taken action here, killing the supreme beings of the Dark Age and even suppressing a rarely seen giant throughout the ages. Now, the God-sealed decree he had refined was still pressing down on the Sacred Cliff. The City of Darkness was, without a doubt, the #1 city in the central region. It had an immortal legend, and its name shook the world. Its origins were great. Recently, the City of Darkness wasn't calm at all. It was because a distinguished meeting was going to be held here. At that time, the Big Dipper race, the various great races of the Archaic era, as well as the saints of the Outer Realms, would all appear. This was a distinguished meeting of all races in name and in reality. It didn't just belong to the Big Dipper race, but rather all the powerful races that appeared on this ancient planet. In the past few days, there would be experts rushing over from time to time, stirring up a storm and becoming the focal point of the entire world. Almost all experts would come. Wu, that's the old clan leader of the Fire Qilin Cave. I heard that their ancient prince disappeared and hasn't returned even now. Many old seniors of the ancient races with extremely high statuses had come. One could well imagine how much importance they attached to this distinguished meeting. That's the Jiang clan's Saint Lord Jiang Yifei. He also came. There are rumors in the outside world that he might be the son of the Eternal Universe Emperor and that his previous identity was fake. Impossible, that's just a rumor. On the street, a youngster in clothes whiter than snow sat on the back of a golden swan and he was untainted by even a speck of dust, giving off a type of transcendent feeling. Many knights followed around him. The Central Region's Wind Clan's clan leader, Feng Huang, has come. This woman has truly been stunning in recent years. She solved the riddle of her clan's ancient monument. Oh, it's really her. I heard that she had some grievances with the human race's Saint Physique in the past. A woman wearing a multicolored mask and surrounded by multicolored clouds flew across the sky and quickly went far away. No one dared to approach her. Behind him, there was a group of experts following. What did I just see? A huge black tortoise being carried in a palanquin. He also came to participate in the distinguished meeting. What's his background? Shu, that's the protector of the Southern Mountains barbarian tribe. The people carrying the palanquin are all ancient beasts that admire him. This tortoise became a saint before the heaven and earth changed. Now, his strength is unfathomable. In the past few days, more and more experts had come to the Dark City. People from the Huasang Ancient Star, Gaochen Ancient Star, Tongtian Ancient Star, and other ancient star lands had all come. It had been more than 100 years, and many powerful races had already arrived at the Big Dipper race. Chapter 15:15. The walls of the City of Darkness were dark red. Due to the many battles since ancient times, the walls had been dyed this color by blood. It was known as the #1 city, but when one got closer, it didn't seem all that grand. The 12 zhang tall walls weren't much more majestic than an ordinary city. Time had left mottled marks on the walls. The formation patterns hidden under the blade marks and arrow holes flowed with a dim luster. This was the city's defense. It was known as the #1 city of the central region not because of its size, but because this place was too important. In the past, this place had always been the main battlefield during the chaos of the darkness. Too many things had happened here. When people talked about the central region and the chaos of the Undying Mountain, this city was inevitably mentioned. That was why it was called the #1 city. Candied haws, the handiwork of the time-honored Ichin family. They are big, round, and sweet. Divination, 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 divination. The Lini divine image realm's watchman has descended, granting the fate of 3 lives and 3 worlds, seeking the heavens. After many years of recuperation, the city of darkness was now very prosperous. The chaos of tens of thousands of years ago had long since disappeared. People came and went, rubbing shoulders with each other, and the atmosphere of the mortal world rushed to the heavens. After entering the city, what Yi Fan saw was a scene of hundreds of businesses flourishing and people living in peace. He also saw many cultivators hiding among the mortals. In reality, cultivators made up half of the city. After all, it had experienced the most terrifying chaos in human history, so there was no lack of cultivators. He entered a restaurant that was close to the main street of the City of Darkness. Looking out from the window, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the sounds of hawking could be heard incessantly. There were even divine lights flying through the sky from time to time. There were too many people going in and out. There was no need to make inquiries. He only needed to find a place with a lot of people to sit down and hear the latest news. Many cultivators had come today, and they were all discussing the recent situation. People believed that the path to immortality was about to open because there were too many people coming from all over the heavens. Saints crossed over like a tide and descended on the Big Dipper. Moreover, the major life-restricted areas were no longer peaceful. Some people saw a beautiful woman playing a flute in the absolute beginning forbidden area. She flew across the sky, transcending the world and shaking the northern region. There were also people who heard the sound of iron chains shaking in the forbidden area of the southern domain. The 9 sacred mountains trembled every day, and endless mist spewed out from the abyss. There were others who saw that a few ancient monuments in the immortal tomb were shining, as if they were going to break through the heavens, releasing waves of terrifying aura. The recent unforeseen events made everyone feel uneasy, but also filled them with anticipation. If the path of immortality appeared, it would be the greatest change since ancient times. Only heaven knew what would happen. It said that in this era, the immortal realm might be connected to the human realm. Is this true or false? Why did such a secret spread from the mouths of the saints outside the realm? There should be some truth to it. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives and cross the galaxy from the other side of the universe? That's true. If it wasn't like that, only great emperors would be able to fight their way into the immortal domain. I'm really looking forward to it. Everyone in the world will become immortals, and we will also bask in your glory. What a magnificent scene that will be. Yi Fan poured himself a cup and drank by himself. He hid his true appearance because he didn't want to be recognized and cause a commotion. He quietly sat on the side, listening to everyone's discussions. Now, there really weren't many people who could injure him in this world. Unless the quasi-emperor appeared, he could already rule over this world. All clans had to respect and revere him. At the very least, it would be like this on the surface. Who is that? Could it be the ancient Empress Huolin? She actually returned from outer space. Someone cried out in alarm. A graceful figure flew past, her height reaching the same height as the restaurant's window. She soared through the air above the street, the people below her feet moving to and fro. She was like a fairy walking on waves. A head of water blue long hair scattered down, flowing with sapphire-like luster. Her clothes fluttered about, her skin snow white. Her eyes carried spirituality, as well as a type of dignity. She flew into the city just like that, disappearing in front of a grand ancient watchtower. I heard that she returned to her clan's ancestral land. Who would have thought that she would appear again after more than 100 years? This woman's current strength will most likely make even the great sage feel restraining fear. Everyone moved from her to the Fire Qilin cave, naturally mentioning the fire unicorn. Don't look at how the Fire Qilin cave suffered a great loss in the Eternal War. However, no one dares provoke them, to the extent where they might even make others feel restraining fear. Why do you say that? Do you all still remember that as soon as the fire unicorn appeared, he would often wander around Origin Ancient Mine? Quite a few people had seen him before. What does this mean? Just this type of hidden relationship is enough to allow this clan leader to flourish for a long time. As the number of cultivators increased, all sorts of secrets were revealed and the City of Darkness fell into an uproar. Who is that woman? She has a Buddha Dao crown on her head, giving off the aura of a monarch looking down on the world. How astonishing! Have you never heard of her? That is the great Mahamayuri king from ancient Amitabha Star Domain. Not long ago, the great battle of Mount Meru ended. She might be the present world Buddhist path's #1 expert. That might not necessarily be the case. The victorious fighting Buddha should be stronger than her, just that he left. The great Mahamayuri king wore a golden crown on her head and 8 bracelets on her arm. She sat on a golden peacock and entered the city. This type of grandeur immediately shocked all directions, drawing the attention of the people of the world. Not long after, draconic energy surged in the direction of the central province, the scene shocking the heavens. A dragon's sword directly tore through the void, and an elder entered the city from the central province with a single step. The Grand Sovereign's sword was like an ancestral dragon, shaking its head and tail, releasing a horrifying aura that shook the world. It possessed an unmatched killing intent that suppressed the 9 heavens. This is a great sage. Why is he so high profile, coming on an emperor weapon, as if he wants to hack this place apart? The people of the great Xia imperial clan have arrived. You absolutely cannot provoke them. Rumor has it that several days ago, news leaked out of the immortal manor world that the clan's ancestor, the Grand Sovereign, died inside. What? The emperor of a generation died, correct, he fell on the path of immortality, suspected to be related to the undying heavenly emperor. For this great sage to come like this, he most likely wants to find trouble with the ancient race. A storm was brewing in the City of Darkness. Powerful figures arrived one after another, stirring up everyone's endless anticipation. This time, there was most likely going to be a huge storm. Silently, another person appeared on the street. There was a type of decaying aura, but it caused all the saints to tremble, because the supreme saint of the great Xia imperial clan walked over and nodded towards him. Who is this? Everyone shivered. The great Xia's saint definitely had a foundation from hundreds of thousands of years ago, and had survived until this era. He actually recognized this person. Without a doubt, this was someone from the same generation. This was because there was similarly a type of decaying aura, as if he could melt into the yellow earth at any time. It's the Ji clan's great sage, he once appeared during the Battle of Mount Meru. Everyone was shocked. The various great undying inheritances finally no longer kept a low profile, no longer hiding anything. Even the great sage had appeared. When they thought about it carefully, it made sense. They were all holy lands, but those that had produced great emperors were definitely different. Only ancient supreme beings could refine divine origin liquid and seal saints. Thus, they definitely had this type of foundation. In the past, it wasn't obvious because it wasn't the right time yet. If they truly fought, how could a clan that had produced a great emperor compare? They could definitely pierce through the heavens. A gust of wind blew over, and the 2 great sages disappeared. A commotion broke out in the City of Darkness. Someone from hundreds of thousands of years ago had appeared, and this definitely indicated that the path of immortality wasn't far away. At the same time, the news of the Grand Emperor's death seemed to have grown wings. It spread in all directions, triggering a huge commotion. Everyone was greatly alarmed. Was it the undying heavenly emperor who caused the Grand Emperor's death, or was it the Grand Emperor who died in battle due to his old age, his blood energy drying up. This became the focal point of everyone's debate. Who is that woman? She really is too beautiful, as if she walked out from a painting. What kind of identity does she have? Heavens, who is accompanying her and walking together with her? Is it a Holy Spirit? Cries of alarm sounded in the city of darkness. A beautiful couple walked over. The woman was the most beautiful under the heavens, and her beauty was exceptional. The man was handsome, confident, and extraordinary. It was impossible not to notice these two people as they stood there. Their temperaments were outstanding, like cranes among chickens. Even if they stood in a sea of people, they would still be recognized with a single glance. That's the Jiuli Divine Dynasty's Princess Yuling. She's known as the second beauty of the Central Plains by busybodies. Finally, someone recognized the peerless beauty. She wore a phoenix crown on her head, and she was dressed in robes that flickered with multicolored light. It was as if she was dancing in the morning clouds. This woman's skin was smooth, and her black hair draped over her shoulders. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were intelligent. Her nose was high. She was a rare beauty, and it was difficult to find any flaws. Yi Fan's expression changed as he recognized this woman. He had seen her in the Qinling Mountains to the west of the Central Plains. At that time, Yi Fan, Gai Jiuyo, and Princess Yuling had all joined the Qin sect. Even Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman were no exception. They had all joined for the army formula. In the end, Yi Fan and the sickly old man both obtained something. So many years had passed, and looking back, it was like a dream. Yi Fan guessed that this Princess Yuling might have also obtained the army formula. Time did not leave any traces on Princess Yuling's white face. Her pupils were like black gemstones, and she was still as beautiful as before. Her appearance could cause the downfall of cities and countries, and she truly lived up to her title as the #1 beauty of the Central Plains. Beside her, there was a man with an oppressive heroic spirit. A pair of sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, giving him a heroic appearance. His eyes were as sharp as cold lightning, and when they swept over, no one dared to look him in the eye. It was as if sword light was cleaving over. The most unique thing was that he had a pair of stone arms that were no different from a divine spirit. However, the rest of his body was made of flesh and blood. Powerful energy fluctuations faintly seeped out, shocking everyone. Everyone was shocked. There was no need to mention Princess Yuling's exceptional beauty, but this man was terrifying. Could it be that he was an almost flawless divine spirit? He wore silver armor that shone brilliantly. His appearance was imposing, and he appeared heroic. His footsteps were powerful, and he was tall and imposing. His black hair danced in the wind, and one could tell with a single glance that he was an outstanding individual. There's no doubt that this is a divine spirit. I can feel that special aura, a sage from the outer realm said with a solemn expression. According to legend, a true consummate divine spirit's body would transform into flesh and blood. However, this person only had a pair of stone arms, and the rest of his body was already made of flesh and blood. It was shocking. Only by reaching the quasi-emperor realm could one transform the stone body into flesh and blood. How powerful was this person? This made everyone's heart tremble. It's not quasi-emperor. If I'm not wrong, it's because he has the divine spirit bloodline's incredible royal blood flowing in his body, an elder from Skirich Star said. Such a beautiful couple walked over. The man's divine appearance was shocking, and the woman was peerless. Naturally, they attracted attention. The street was quiet until they passed by. Only then did it become noisy, triggering heated discussions. This time's convention of the myriad races actually attracted all kinds of characters. So many extraordinary characters were dispatched, and it was destined to cause a terrifying confrontation during the discussion, or even a bloody battle. The powerful lineup was naturally for the sake of fighting for the interests of their own races and intimidating them. The City of Darkness was in an uproar. Meanwhile, another terrifying place was also experiencing unusual movements today. The Undying Mountain was shrouded in a terrifying fog. One after another, black mountains surrounded the central area, forming a transcendent and terrifying terrain. Since ancient times, even if the supreme beings from the outside world entered the Undying Mountain, they would have to stop here. The fog was hazy, and the black mountains became even more majestic. However, at this moment, an ancient chariot slowly drove out. A voice came from the chariot, saying, "After so many years, the City of Darkness still exists. The convention of the myriad races is about to start. Very well, I'll also go take a look." On the left and right sides of the chariot, there were a few servants following behind without saying a word. Chapter 15-16. The war chariot wasn't all that gorgeous and didn't have the slightest bit of luster. Time was like a blade, hacking down on it again and again, leaving behind too many scars. The shaft was about to break, but if others knew that it came from Undying Mountain, who would dare look down on it? Go pick a few Dao Comprehension Immortal Tea leaves. A voice sounded from within the carriage. A servant walked forward, paying his respects to an old tree that was full of brilliant branches, sparkling and swaying back and forth. He chanted an incantation, and with a light walala sound, quite a few leaves fell, every single one of them swirling with immortal multicolored light. The war chariot slowly moved forward, following a special path, avoiding many flickering formation patterns and leaving Undying Mountain. After many tens of thousands of years, the existence within the mountain finally entered the central region again. Within Darkness City, overlords from all sides gathered. From time to time, saints from outside this region would turn into a streak of flowing light as they tore through the sky, descending upon this city. During these past few days, this place was as bustling as a mortal's temple fair. Cultivators from all sides appeared, coming from all types of races. Pai Xiao, three-footed black phoenix, god-swallowing rat, heaven-splitting ant, races that only appeared in legends all appeared. The date of the distinguished meeting arrived. Clouds and mists surged above Darkness City, great waves surging. It was as if a gate between heaven and earth was opened, releasing thunderous sounds. The distinguished meeting of cultivators naturally wouldn't be held in a place where mortals resided. Above this ancient city was a vast divine scenery. Above the white clouds, mountains were majestic and heavenly palaces were grand. This was a floating continent that flew out from the void. An ancient aura surged over, making one feel the aura of a prehistoric beast. It was as if they arrived at the absolute beginning, truly towering above the ancient sea of clouds. This was the location of the distinguished meeting. Great cultivators worked together to open the void seal, summoning this ancient continent that had been hibernating. All disputes were going to be carried out here. Formation patterns interweaved like lightning, flickering with radiance in the sea of clouds to protect this ancient continent. This was a powerful defensive structure. Dang, a great golden bell hung from a heavenly watchtower, ringing out in all directions, clearly ringing through the ancient city below. The divine bell sounded again. The mortals discussed, all of them looking towards the sky. They saw many streams of light rushing into the sky. All kinds of magical treasures danced in the air, and multicolored light shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire world in a dazzling scene. The people in the city didn't panic, because they had experienced too much. They saw cultivators every day, so they had long grown accustomed to this. This grand meeting had officially begun. Experts from different parts of the universe arrived on this ancient continent as if they had arrived at the territory of the celestial court. Yi Fan arrived as well. He was like a passerby, calmly watching everything unfold. He had no desire to participate, and only wanted to silently bear witness. The path of immortal ascension was about to open, and everything that was happening here was just the beginning. Blazing golden light filled the sky. Three-footed golden crows descended, several people lined up side by side with a great sage in the lead. That race appeared again, killing intent pressing down. They swept their eyes over the crowd. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. For now, he did not want to fight. Of course, if someone wanted to cause trouble for him, he did not mind killing them. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth split apart. An enormous centipede more than 10 li in length swooped down from outer space. Gray mist surged powerfully, able to wipe out all life. This was a great sage-level poisonous bug. Phoenix cries shook the 9 heavens. Blood Phoenix Mountain's old clan leader appeared. Scarlet multicolored light flickered between his brows, and then a weapon that was bright red like blood, Phoenix wing golden centipede appeared, making even the endless clear skies rumble. The sun, moon, and stars all lost their brilliance under this weapon. Phoenix energy rushed into the 9 heavens, making many falling stars in outer space tremble, as if they were going to fall. This clearly displayed a type of attitude. It arrived powerfully, as if it was going to take action if there was a single disagreement. Fortunately, this Emperor artifact disappeared with a flash, not releasing too much immortal force. In the end, Ji family, Fire Qilin Cave, Jade Pool, Primitive Lake, and other great powers all appeared. Together with the races outside this region, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that there were 10,000 races. Today, all of them came to seize the greatest benefits for their own race. They were going to establish a preliminary rule, a rule that all clans had to abide by. In the blink of an eye, countless figures appeared, entering the heavens. White clouds surged beneath their feet, palaces connected one after another, as if they arrived before the southern heavenly gate. More and more powerful races appeared, so there were naturally many arrogant and untamed individuals who believed themselves to be formidable, sneering continuously. There are too many people, I suggest we clear this place. What qualifications do a few weak races have to come here? They will only add to the chaos. Someone said like this. Well said, then we'll start with you. A large snake with 8 heads nodded. Suddenly, a head reached out, swallowing the person from just now. Blood splashed out, the scene extremely horrifying. Its entire body was spotlessly white like jade, every single scale several meters in length, coiling into a snake mountain. Its 8 heads were all incomparably large. Everyone's hearts jumped. This distinguished meeting really depended on strength. A saint was devoured as soon as they arrived, moreover asking for it. Dao friend is too domineering. Even if you don't agree, there is no need to act like this. Your methods are too extreme, this place cannot tolerate your presence. A bird-headed human wearing Daoist robes stepped out. In his hands was a peachwood sword. With a light shout, he hacked towards the 8-headed snake. Pooh! One of the 8-headed snake's heads fell. It did everything it could to resist, but in the end, it was completely killed, not even its corpse remaining. It was all collected by the demonic Dao, stored in a bloody gourd. How improper, is this distinguished meeting for you all to stir up trouble? Back off. An ancient race great sage shouted. The distinguished meeting was originally a discussion between all clans. Just now, their opinions were different, so it is normal for them to decide a winner and a loser. A great sage from outside this region said coldly. Now, there really were too many people who came. From the endless heavens and tens of thousands of regions, as long as it was a powerful race, there would be people who came, all for the sake of trying their luck, waiting for the immortal path to open. Among these people, there were naturally a few powerful great cultivators who didn't wish for so many people to compete for the immortal path. They wanted to use this as a pretext to make most people back off. The distinguished meeting began. Everyone discussed spiritedly, discussing the various things that would happen when the immortal path was about to open, what rules and standards should be established. Everyone, don't you feel that the Big Dipper is too crowded? All the clans added together can't even make up a fraction of the human race. If there really is a world of flying immortals, then wouldn't the human race be supreme in the future? Someone in the dark said in a low voice, and it was difficult to determine where he came from. That's right, the Big Dipper is full of humans. In this ancient land of ascension, this kind of power arrangement is unreasonable. I suggest that all the clans join forces to invite them out. Leaving a portion of them is enough. Someone agreed. Is that so? Move all the clans of your clans here. Do you dare? The Xia imperial family's old great sage with a rotten aura said with a gloomy expression. Boom! The next moment, a dragon's sword appeared in his hand. It was exceptionally sharp, and the imperial draconic chi, which was known to be comparable to the battle saint technique, rushed out. Pooh! In just a moment, there was a bloody light in front of them. Broken limbs all flew up, and then they all exploded in midair. That place was immediately devoid of life, and only blood splashed everywhere, creating a scarlet scene. This kind of method made people's hair stand on end. With a single word, he directly killed everyone. No one thought that this great sage's ruthlessness was so heavy. He was much more ferocious than those people just now. Before, killing one or two people was completely a small matter. This was the true ruthlessness. In a single breath, he directly killed over 100 experts, and there was no lack of ferocious people at the Saint King realm. I heard that the Grand Emperor died a violent death in the Immortal Mansion world. This revered great sage most likely came with grief, anger, and killing intent. If we provoke him now, we are purely looking for trouble. Everyone was trembling with fear, and no longer dared to discuss that topic. The human race's great sage was too crazy. He directly used an emperor weapon. Who dared to speak carelessly? In the central heavenly palace, several great sages walked in, and this was only a portion. Only the strongest experts could appear there. When the great Mahamayuri, the Ji clan's great sage, and the others appeared, many people felt reverence. They didn't know if they had the demon subduing pestle and void mirror. Even some of the supreme experts from the outer realms shivered inwardly. Yi Fan didn't approach. He only sat down in a pavilion and quietly watched people come and go, listening to their intense arguments. Clouds roiled, reaching up to one's knees. This ancient continent was very mysterious. Many orchids grew here, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. There was an argument in the central heavenly palace. A great sage flipped over a table. With a rumble, two figures rushed high into the sky, coldly confronting each other. It seemed like a battle between the great sage was about to break out. Many people knew that today would inevitably be a day of turmoil, but they didn't think that there would be such peerless figures confronting each other as soon as they arrived. But in the end, both of them descended again. The meeting continued, and the various giants divided into many camps to carry out negotiations. Yi Fan believed that with two or more great sages from the human race, and both of them had emperor weapons, unless the various clans joined hands, there wouldn't be anyone stupid enough to provoke them. In the heavenly palace, there was a sea of people. Many experts expressed their opinions. That place was drowned out. Powerful holy fluctuations spread, making everyone's hearts tremble. Hong! Suddenly, the heavenly dome collapsed. Two figures rushed into the 9 heavens, entering the heavens and entering outer space. The most world-shaking battle erupted. Enormous fluctuations spread outwards. The entire ancient continent flickered with streak after streak of blazing light. The ancestral formation blocked the boundless ripples from outer space. If not for these mysterious natural laws interweaving, the ancient continent would have directly sunk. This is the power of the extreme Tao. There are emperor weapons clashing. No one thought that it would be this intense. There were actually emperor weapons clashing. Flames overflowed into the heavens. A male dressed in snow-white clothes appeared. His complexion was like jade, possessing exceptional style. He was refined and elegant, as if he was carved out of divine jade. He was extraordinary and refined. In his left palm was a bright red and sparkling cauldron that looked like it was dripping blood. There were all kinds of symbols circulating on it, and a powerful emperor might covered the sky and earth. It was the current master of the Jiang family, Jianghu. He held the eternal universe cauldron and stood in the air like a deity. Opposite him, a large black seal floated up and down. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons hung down, protecting a white-haired old man with a third vertical eye below. It was obvious that this was a great sage. The black seal above his head was an emperor weapon. However, this treasure seal was clearly flawed. It was missing a corner, and there was a crack that reached all the way to the center. The Emperor's Seal. It's actually the Emperor's seal left behind by the ancient Yin Emperor. How did it fall into the hands of the foreign races? Some of the older generation recalled the records and descriptions in the ancient books and couldn't help but change their expressions. This was definitely the weapon of the Emperor. The crowd was in an uproar, causing a huge uproar. Many things of the past were recalled, and many people were overwhelmed with emotions. In the past, there was a divine war that caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. The black gourd that was known to be able to slay immortals was destroyed, and the Emperor's seal that reigned over the 9 heavens and 10 earths was lost in the universe. More than 1 or 2 Emperor weapons were damaged in that battle. Everyone thought that the Emperor's seal had shattered. They never thought that it would appear again, but it was just a different race. Chapter 15-17. Jiang family's young clan lord truly is stunning. He hasn't even entered that domain, yet he can already contend against an exceptional great sage. Someone said with a light sigh. Could it be that he really is an emperor's child? Otherwise, how could he overlook the world? In the skies, the two of them confronted each other. 2 weapons were also clashing, faintly discernible. Emperor energy engulfed outer space, making the saints below all tremble. In the end, many great sage rose into the air. There were other emperor weapon fluctuations that extended outwards, advising these two not to make a big fuss. These are all old grudges. Endless years have passed, so let's not talk about these things today. We will only talk about the path of immortality. There was an old great sage who tried to mediate. Great sage Hunshuo also walked up. With a compassionate expression on his face, he said, Dao friend, please quell your anger. Everything should be peaceful. Everyone cried out in disgust. Without him, there wouldn't be a tragedy, but with him, there would be a problem. Regardless, the name of the god of misfortune was still extremely great, making everyone feel restraining fear. Back then, Hangyu killed my clan's twin quasi-emperor. 1 clan, 2 emperors. They all died, yet he showed no mercy. This blood feud has never been forgotten even to this day. The elder said through clenched teeth, eyes blood red. There are many corpses on the path of emperor ascension. If Hangyu great emperor showed mercy, the one who died would be him. He killed 12 quasi-emperors in total, experiencing a bloody tribulation. He had no choice. Someone said with a sigh. Before Hangyu great emperor confirmed his Tao, he had stood in the starry skies, facing challenges from all directions. A total of 12 quasi-emperors came to fight, but they were all killed one after another. That battle directly made the heavens' 10,000 regions desolate, the universe's great wastelands collapsing. It was engraved in the annals of history, making one tremble when they thought about it even now. No one expected the descendant of the past quasi-emperor to find this place, let alone obtain the human emperor's imprint. This truly was a bit heaven-defying. Which clan did he come from? Many people were alarmed, unable to help but say this quietly. 1 clan with 2 quasi-emperors, this was simply like a legend. Just how powerful of a clan was this? It was simply horrifying, perhaps the only one since ancient times. The Kunlun Lost Clan. Someone said softly. To some of the younger generation, this was nothing. However, in the ears of some of the older great sage, it was like a clap of thunder. What? The Kunlun Lost Clan? The descendants of a group of near-immortals? At this moment, whether it was the great sage of the human race, the ancient royal family's old master, or the great sage of the outer realm, they were all shocked. This place immediately became noisy. Something that could make so many ancient great sages' expressions change, how could they not be shocked? It was definitely not a small matter. Many of the younger generation spoke up, asking the older generation for guidance, asking what exactly was going on. It can't be said that they represent the Kunlun Lost Clan. They are only a branch of the Lost Clan. You should know that the so-called Lost Clan does not refer to a clan, but a group, Jiang Yifei said in a calm voice. Even in the face of so many great sage, he was still calm and composed. He was elegant and handsome, with divine bones and jade skin. He was elegant and extraordinary, letting people know at a glance that he was the kind of person who surpassed all living things. The Kunlun Lost Clan, as the name implies, used to live on the celestial mountain of Kunlun. They are a group, but it is unknown which clan they are. They hope to approach immortals, and all of them are excessively powerful. They possess boundless magical abilities, and only venerable sovereigns can defeat them. Otherwise, who would dare to fight them? An ancient great sage sighed softly. Everyone was even more shocked. It actually involved venerable sovereigns, the most powerful ruler of the myriad realms since ancient times. It instantly made people think of many things, and waves of shock came over them. At this time, Yi Fan's ears moved slightly. Even though he didn't step forward, he used his heavenly ear to listen carefully. This was something he didn't know about in the past. In this world, there are a few mountains that are extremely famous. They can be said to be world-shaking, and they are not limited to a single region. There are legends in many places in the cosmos, and they are extremely famous. Kunlun, Shumi, and Undying Mountain were famous throughout the ages. There was no need to talk about Undying Mountain. It wasn't that far from here, and it was a life-forbidden area in the Big Dipper. It became famous relatively late, but there were people who had researched it. Its former self was actually quite terrifying, but it had been forgotten. In fact, it came from the depths of the cosmos to the Big Dipper, and it had a great history. Shumi Mountain didn't belong to the Big Dipper either, and was moved here by the Amitabha Buddha Great Emperor. It had existed for an especially long time, and when the Buddhist Great Emperor took it away, it truly took a great deal of effort to cut it off from the original immortal land. This was different from the cognition of mortals, and it was also inconsistent with the cognition of many cultivators. It could be considered a secret. Everyone listened to the great sage without interrupting. And Kunlun was even more extraordinary. There used to be a few heaven-defying tribes that lived close to immortals, and they were very arrogant and didn't mix with the mortal world. That place was too special, and it was precisely because of this that it attracted a great disaster. The Lord of Ancient Heaven personally attacked, and who in the world could resist? In one battle, Kunlun was defeated, and the tribes were exiled. And it was precisely because of this that Dizun's celestial cauldron appeared. In a sense, the green copper cauldron was born because Dizun attacked Kunlun. Yi Fan was stunned. Kunlun was now on the other side of the starry sky, in his hometown. These tribes were exiled by Dizun, and so they called themselves Kunlun Lost Tribes. Kunlun was really special. Dizun saw the hope of becoming an immortal in it, or else he wouldn't have personally taken action. His chi swallowed the heaven and earth, and swept through all directions. After Kunlun, the celestial court detained ancestral dragon veins one after another, and visited ancient lands one after another. Even Mars was destroyed in this way, Yi Fan thought to himself. He suddenly thought of many things, as if he had grasped something, but it was very vague. The Kunlun Lost Tribes are close to immortals, and they have many secrets. Dizun found a lot of valuable information from them, someone said. No wonder they were so powerful, and no wonder this old man's tribe had once had 2 quasi-emperors. It was a grand event that was rarely seen since ancient times. It had a lot to do with his ancestral blood. Once this matter is over, we must go to the Jianghu family and demand an explanation. We must take revenge, the old man roared. I'll wait for you to come, and then we'll fight, Jiang Yifei said calmly. He didn't want to explain anything. His temperament was outstanding, like a graceful immortal, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Where did you get this ancient seal? The Ji family's great sage asked. The emperor's seal reappeared in the world, and it was no small matter. What made people most nervous was that it had fallen into the hands of Kunlun Lost Tribes, and it seemed that they had approved of it. When the War of Deities broke out, the effects were widespread. It is not surprising that the war reached there. This was picked up by my tribe in the Kunlun Lost Lands, the old man said. Everyone was startled. The so-called Kunlun Lost Lands was naturally the most ancient land left behind by Dizun. Could it be that the tribe still lived there? It is said that several imperial weapons were destroyed. Could it be that there is a mistake? In fact, it is not like this, and they are still in the world, someone asked doubtfully. However, this had nothing to do with them. Even if someone knew, they wouldn't leak it. Yi Fan sat calmly in the pavilion and listened to the discussions of the people in front of the celestial palace. He had a better understanding of the several divine wars, and one of them was because of Kunlun. It was rumored that the battle was world-shaking. The supreme beings under the starry sky fought fiercely, and almost all of them killed their way to the land of immortality. They got close to Kunlun, but for some unknown reason, they retreated. It was rumored that those divine wars might have even sent people to participate in them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so bitter. They killed their way to the last foundation of ancient heaven, but the celestial bell fell from the sky. Some strange things happened on a strange ancient star, and in the end, all the supreme beings retreated and sealed that place, leaving only a demonic Ci. When Yi Fan heard this, he was shocked. He immediately thought of Mars. He had once seen a few images, and it was suspected that the ancient sacred emperors were fighting. He was immediately horrified. Could it be that a great battle between emperors really happened? He definitely didn't remember wrongly. At that time, he really saw it. Later on, the demonic human and the divine crocodile also mentioned the northern Ci. The crocodile stayed there and refused to leave because it wanted to enter the demonic Ci and obtain immortal treasures. Yi Fan suddenly felt that many things were connected, but it was too vast. Kunlun, Mars, and Big Dipper were all connected. What is that celestial bell? Someone asked. Naturally, it's an immortal artifact, a great sage replied. Today, the experts of the 10,000 worlds and the great sages from different ancient star fields were gathered together. It was also because of this that many fragmented ancient secrets were pieced together, gradually making things clear. Otherwise, at the very least, the cultivators of the Big Dipper star field would never have heard of an ancient artifact like the Celestial Bell. Ancient Desolate Tower, Celestial Bell, and Venerable Emperor's Cauldron. These three ancient artifacts are known as the closest to immortality. When Yi Fan heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He thought of the immortal treasure map he had. The front side had the 10,000 worlds, but he still hadn't figured it out. The back side had 3 pictures. One of them was the place where Kunlun became immortals. 10,000 dragons spat out immortal springs, turning into a placenta-like immortal pond that nurtured the incomplete green copper cauldron. Now that he understood the existence of 3 immortal artifacts, he naturally thought of the true meaning of the other 2 pictures. Could it be pointing to the other 2 immortal artifacts? It had to be said that when the experts of the 10,000 worlds gathered together to discuss some ancient secrets, they could quickly decipher part of the truth. Everyone understood a little bit, and as long as they worked together, it would produce a shocking effect. When and how the ancient wasteland tower was created can't be verified. It's too long ago. There are even rumors that it was left behind when the real immortals established the immortal court. Rumor had it that this ancient artifact had killed a great success sage body. It was even believed to be able to kill a great emperor. The immortal bell was born in Kunlun. It was the first artifact nurtured by the immortal mountain. It contained the 10,000 secrets of the heavens and was exceptionally terrifying. When the venerable emperor attacked the mountain, the immortal bell broke through the sky and left. He didn't get it, which was why the green cauldron was born. When these words were spoken, it was subversive and dumbfounding. This was the secret that the great sage of the various star fields pieced together from many fragments. According to legend, the sound of the bell can restore one's youth, and the sound of the bell can make one die of old age in an instant. This was one of the incomparable abilities of the immortal bell. It was unimaginable. Kunlun nurtured the immortal bell and suffered a great loss. Therefore, the venerable emperor had to visit the 10,000 worlds to find ancestral veins to replenish Kunlun's immortal essence. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He understood many secrets. At this point, he could connect many things together. The war between deities broke out, the war between ancient emperors. So, the immortal bell might be sealed in Yinghua. Is it the so-called immortal treasure? What kind of strange things did it do back then that even Emperor Realm Masters worked together to seal it? Yi Fan muttered to himself. The venerable emperor left behind an immortal map. It is said that everything about the green cauldron is recorded on its back. It also contains some of the secrets of the ancient wasteland tower and the immortal bell, a great sage said. Yi Fan's heart was pounding. This map was once in the hands of the venerable emperor, the undying heavenly emperor, the emperor of fighting, and ruthless. In the end, he took it out from the chaotic dragon lair and now it was in his hands. Chapter 1518. The ancient wasteland tower, just how long had it existed? Tracing back to the endless years, where was its source? This ancient artifact was truly too mysterious. The celestial bell was equally bizarre. It was actually born in Kunlun, containing all the mysteries of the heavens and unpredictable. The venerable emperor's green cauldron was also born in Kunlun, imprinted with immortal fragments. White clouds flowed, reaching up to one's knees. This ancient continent was in a clamor. People were shocked at the various things of the past. The era of legends was too long ago, leaving behind many unsolved mysteries. The hostile atmosphere in the heavenly palace eased. The Kunlun remnant clan put away the black seal of the human emperor, no longer attacking. Many great sages sat down again, discussing how to deal with the various rules and order of the road of immortality. If the entire world becomes immortal, there is nothing to say. But if there is a time limit, only a portion of people can enter the immortal domain, then we can only decide the result with a battle. I suggest that the inheritors with the emperor weapon can occupy a few more spots, ensuring that their path is smooth. Why? Someone immediately objected. Not every great sage present had an extreme ancient weapon. In reality, even if one looked across the heavens and tens of thousands of realms, only a few people had one, and the number of great emperors could be counted. Of course it is based on strength. Otherwise, you and I can each take an ancient weapon and go to the outer realms. Let's see how people end up, the old chief of the Blood Phoenix Mountain said coldly. The old patriarch of the Blood Phoenix Mountain said coldly. Naturally, he held the ancient sovereign weapon, while that person held the sacred weapon. Would there be any suspense in this kind of confrontation? Without a doubt, it would be one-sided, and there would be no miracle. In the central heavenly palace, everything was so bare, involving the hope of becoming immortal. The great sage sat down to discuss, and everyone was against each other, thinking for their own race. In the face of cruel reality, everything had to be calculated. At this time, if one was of noble character and unquestionable integrity, then one would only be regarded as an idiot. Fighting for the greatest benefits for their own race was the key. What's so great about having an emperor weapon? When the time comes, as long as our race has a quasi-emperor, everything will be different. The emperor weapon might even have to change owners. A god-swallowing rat said coldly. This great sage was very special. He didn't transform into a human. He had sharp fangs, and his eyes were green. He was a silver divine rat, and his entire body seemed to be burning with silver flames. He was as large as a giant elephant. Is that so? Up until now, I've only seen the human race produce a single quasi-emperor. I'm looking forward to your race's great emperor's arrival. Someone coldly replied, not caring in the slightest. This old one also believes that dividing the number of people on the path of immortality based on whether or not they have emperor artifacts isn't appropriate. It should be divided according to the races. A Pai Xiu spoke. It took in and sent out clouds and mists, evolving into the ancestral dragon form. It looked extremely terrifying. Everyone, let's not argue about these things for now. We are establishing the rules, not dividing the spoils. Let's first talk about the grim situation before us. Someone else spoke. Correct. Currently, the Big Dipper storm isn't peaceful. I think this land will sink even before the path of immortality opens. We need to come up with a plan. We need to eliminate a few restless elements, for example, the human race's divine body, the Golden Crow race, and the destruction of Mount Meru. These dangerous elements always stir up disputes. Shouldn't we suppress them? What does everyone think? I think this is very necessary. An old woman called Granny Fong spoke. Her face was full of wrinkles, and the wrinkles on her face could hold a grain of rice. Her words were sinister, and one could tell with a single glance that she wasn't someone easy to deal with. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the great Mahamayuri, and then at the Golden Crow race's great sage. It was clear that they wanted to form a united front. The human heart was difficult to fathom. Sometimes, it was very dangerous, and it was easy to be swayed. With so many great sages present, if they could really convince a few of them, especially great races that possessed ancient emperor artifacts, then they might really be able to eliminate the human race's divine body. Unfortunately, the great Mahamayuri's face was expressionless. He didn't say a single word and didn't say anything. In reality, she wanted to send Yi Fan to the afterlife. However, after that battle, she understood that it was easier said than done to shake several emperor artifacts. That was a powerful alliance. Moreover, the old monk Moku had been dragged away by that flowery monk to become his protector. Moku had been cleaning up after him from time to time, thinking that this was a reincarnation miracle of the Buddhist path. The Golden Crow race's great sage's expression was cold. He naturally had to express his stance. He said sinisterly, "The human race's divine body is arrogant, and everyone can see that. This person is domineering, and his methods are swift and ruthless. He killed my Golden Crow race and even attacked Amitabha the Great Emperor's orthodoxy. What's the point of keeping such a madman alive? We'll deal with him together. Let's just kill him. Your race has provoked us again and again. Do you really want to exterminate your race?" At this moment, Gu Jinpeng appeared. With a rumble, he flapped his wings and entered the two stone coffins. He landed in front of Granny Feng and the Golden Crow race's great sage. Longma also appeared with a killing sword on his back. Although it wasn't unsheathed, it was surging with baleful energy as if it could kill immortals. Yi Fan was astonished. They had disappeared for a long time. Could it be that they had gone to refine sword fiends? It was as if there really was a great ominous weapon within the sword scabbard, intimidating everyone present. "Then how about we take a stroll outside?" A young male from the Golden Crow race stood up. He hadn't said a word just now, but now, he was calm and composed. This person's bearing was extraordinary. He wore golden feathered clothes, and he was as strong as a dragon. His body was tall and straight, and he had a head of long golden hair. His eyes flickered with brilliance. Everyone's hearts trembled. He was fearless even in the face of emperor artifacts. What did he have to rely on? It seemed like his identity was no small matter. "This is our race's crown Prince Huizhen of this generation," the old sage introduced. "We are just discussing, so let's all express our own opinions. It's best if we don't use force today and sit down to talk." There was a great sage who tried to smooth things over, advising both sides. "It is nothing more than a damaged emperor artifact. When our race's great emperor arrives, all external objects will be useless." The Golden Crow race's elder's face was as gloomy as water as he spoke coldly. The Golden Crow race had a quasi-emperor. There had always been this legend. Now that he expressed his stance like this, it shouldn't be fake. This made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Once one reached the realm of the quasi-emperor, then it would be completely different. They would be completely unrivaled. With the word emperor on them, the difference between them and the great sage was like heaven and earth. This was a heavenly moat that couldn't be crossed. It was impossible to go against the flow and kill an emperor. If this type of person became ruthless, even if you had an emperor artifact in your hands, it wouldn't be enough. After all, you couldn't always use it. If he wanted to kill you, there would be plenty of opportunities. One had to know that back then, when Gai Juyo's vitality was exhausted and his body was frail, he could still fight against the ancient race's peak great sage who wielded the golden rapier without relying on an emperor artifact. How shocking was this? Therefore, as soon as the Golden Crow race's elder finished speaking, everyone was alarmed. If they offended the Golden Crow race today, there would definitely be a great disaster in the future. However, Gu Jinpeng, Longma, and the others were still fearless. They found a table and transformed into their human forms to sit down. All the great sage were extremely fearful of the killing swords they carried on their backs. Not long after, the peculiar atmosphere disappeared, and the celestial palace began to debate endlessly again. The various races' cultivators were all acting out of their own interests and customizing the laws. In the central celestial imperial court, everyone was a leader of a race or a great sage. The worst among them was still a saint king. Ordinary saints could only listen and express their opinions outside the hall because there were too many people from all over the heavens. Not long after, Jianghu walked out and handed over the matter of setting the laws and order to an old saint of the Jiang clan, leaving that person here to negotiate. He was as handsome as jade and outstanding. Especially since he had just confronted the Kunlun lost clan with the Renhuang seal, his might was terrifying. His appearance at this time naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many young women revealed extraordinary splendor in their eyes as they whispered to each other. Their evaluation of Jiang Yifei was extremely high. Even if he really wasn't a prince, he probably wouldn't be any weaker. Afterward, the Wind Phoenix also walked out. Many great sage were confronting each other in the hall, and their words were tit for tat. That kind of atmosphere was too oppressive, so she also temporarily retreated. She wore a 5-colored mask that was coiled with strands of divine light, causing her to seem like a celestial maiden that was covered in a layer of mysterious veil. Her figure was slender, graceful, and elegant. She stood amidst the clouds, and she was incomparably beautiful, causing others to turn their heads. On this ancient continent, smoke and mist pervaded the air. The palaces and pavilions looked very faintly discernible as if they were covered by a thin layer of gauze. The relatively younger cultivators were all outside and didn't go to the main hall. "Brother Jiang, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Meeting you is even better." Not far away, a man in silver armor stood up. His battle clothes were shiny and pulsating like flames. He had a heroic spirit. Beside him, there was a woman. Her skin was like autumn water, and her bones were made of divine jade. She wore a robe of red clouds and looked ethereal like a fairy. When the two stood together, they looked like a perfect couple. It was the Holy Spirit with flesh and blood and Princess Moon's spirit of the Jiuli dynasty. They were sitting by a stone table in front of a pavilion. At this time, they both stood up and went to greet him. "Brother, you praise me too much." Jiang Yifei smiled and at the same time, greeted Princess Moon's spirit, one of the most beautiful women in the world. "Brother Jiang's elegance is comparable to that of the young great emperor. I was fortunate enough to see an ancient painting. It was the portrait of Supreme Hengyu. After seeing Brother Jiang, I really thought that the great emperor had come back to life." The Holy Spirit with flesh and blood invited Jiang Yifei to the stone table and ordered someone to bring him a cup of divine wine. He then introduced himself and said that he was a Holy Spirit from the outer realms. His name was Shi Zhongshuan. Jiang Yifei, Shi Zhongshuan, and Princess Moon's spirit sat together. It was impossible not to attract attention. Moreover, there was a sea of people outside the heavenly palace, so they were naturally the center of attention. "The princess of the Wind clan has also come. I've heard of her name for a long time. At the age of 13, she was able to create a remarkable secret technique. Not long ago, she even solved the mystery of the immortal scripture on the stone tablet of her clan. She is truly an extraordinary woman." Not far away, someone said in a low voice. Princess Moon's spirit stood up and invited the Wind Phoenix over. She also sat by the stone table and discussed the past with them. In a short while, there were more than 10 people sitting here. All of them were outstanding and were the top figures of their clans. Most of them came from the outer realms and were from different clans. "Why don't we invite a few more young comrades?" Shi Zhongshuan smiled. Even though the divine blood in his body was suppressed, the people around him still felt a great pressure and didn't dare to come close. "Oh, His Highness Huaizun of the Golden Crow clan has also come. Why don't we invite him over as well?" This His Highness from the Golden Crow clan had a calm expression. When he saw that there were people waving their hands and inviting him over, he naturally shivered when he used his heavenly eye to take a look. It was because none of them were mediocre. He walked over with large strides. The Golden Crow clan has inherited the great fate of heaven and earth. They have flourished and never declined since the ancient times. They are known as divine birds and reside in the heavenly sun. They are the sons of the Celestial Emperor. Their legends are endless and people yearn for them. Someone said with a sigh. It was rumored that the Golden Crow clan was the descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Unmatched precious blood flowed within their bodies. This was the reason why their clan was so powerful. Many people looked over, hoping that Crown Prince Huaizun could explain the truth. Chapter 1519. Although there were many rumors in the outside world, they were just rumors. There was no proof in the world. As time passed, there was no way to verify it. Brother Huaizun, the people in the outside world do not know, but as the prince with the noblest bloodline of the Golden Crow, you should know the truth. Are you the descendants of Dizun? The moment he said this, not only did the 10-odd people here look over, but even the experts in the distance were shocked. They all looked over, and the place quieted down. Crown Prince Huaizun shook his head. His golden feather clothes flickered with a bright luster, as if they were made of metal. Of course, he would not admit it. No one knows what race Dizun is, but he is definitely not of the same race as the Golden Crow bloodline, he denied directly. There were many rumors in the world that said Dizun was born with the will of the world. He absorbed a small part of the essence of the world, and he was extremely strong when he was born. In reality, in the various legends, the proportion that believed Dizun was human was even higher. This was because he had been in human form before he achieved the Tao. Moreover, their behavior had a lot to do with the human race. However, he was naturally strong. This was something that people suspected. Hence, there were all sorts of secrets. Crown Prince Huaizun denied that he was Dizun's descendant, which is naturally correct. However, the legends about the Golden Crows being the descendants of the Celestial Emperor might not be false. Shi Zhongshuan was tall and handsome. He looked very valiant. Coupled with his stone arms, he had a special aura. Why? Someone asked. It is true that Dizun is the Celestial Emperor. When people talk about the Celestial Emperor, they will think of him. However, everyone knows that Ruthless was once called the Celestial Emperor. There was only one reason for this, and that was that they were just too powerful. They were unrivaled throughout the ages. In reality, did Celestial Emperors really start with Dizun? I don't think so. Shi Zhongshuan shook his head. Ancient history was shrouded in a layer of fog. The Age of Legends was very long ago. During that period, there was the Supreme Celestial Being, the invincible primal chaos body, and the strongest ancestral bloodlines. Someone once made a ridiculous hypothesis. They said that before that, there was an ancient dynasty that used the ancient desolate tower as its source. This theory was not accepted by the mainstream of the world. However, many ancient races believed that it was true. Why did Dizun choose this name? He had taken the keywords of the titles of the Celestial Emperor and the 9 Celestial Being and combined them together to show his supremacy. I wonder if I'm right? Shi Zhongshuan asked. This kind of legend is even more difficult to accept. It's too long ago, and no one in the world can confirm whether it's true or not. Moreover, even if it did exist, it has nothing to do with the Golden Crow clan. Prince Huaizun shook his head. He frankly said that the Golden Crows were not the descendants of the Celestial Emperor at all. All the legends were wrong and had nothing to do with them. Does the Golden Crow clan really have a quasi-emperor? Jianghu asked. His smile was gentle, and it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately became extremely silent. Everyone stopped talking, because this matter was too important. No one had expected that the Jiang clan's clan leader, who transcended the Lingchen clan, would be so direct. Whether it was the Wind Phoenix, Princess Moon Spirit, or Shi Zhongshuan, they all looked at Crown Prince Huaizun of the Golden Crow race. In the distance, everyone's hearts trembled, and there was absolute silence. Whether it was those who were discussing or those who were drinking tea, everyone seemed to have frozen as they stared in this direction. Crown Prince Huaizun's eyes turned cold as his pupils constricted. He stared at Jianghu and said, "Everyone is so interested in my clan. From the beginning until now, do you want to know everything?" Brother Huaizun, please don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. We are just curious and want to know more. Someone immediately tried to smooth things over, not wanting the atmosphere to become too tense. I just yearn for the quasi-emperor. I have no other intentions, Jiang Yifei said calmly as he poured himself a cup of tea. Princess Moon's spirit was so beautiful that even the sun lost its luster. There was an apologetic expression on her face as she said, "If Your Highness Huaizun doesn't want to say, then it's fine. We are just curious. After all, the quasi-emperor is a rare sight." Crown Prince Huaizun nodded. Contrary to everyone's expectations, he directly stated that there was indeed an emperor in their clan and that it was not a lie. He even revealed their origins. What? It's not that His Highness Tianzhou became the quasi-emperor, but that the old quasi-emperor didn't pass away? Someone in the distance cried out in shock. Who is Tianzhou, and what is the matter with the old quasi-emperor? The entire region was in an uproar. Many people were puzzled. These races came from the myriad realms, and some of them bordered the ancient region of the Huasong Star. Even if he doesn't say it, we all know. If he says it honestly, it will only give others a feeling of loyalty. Someone sneered. Dao friend, please speak clearly. Many people hurriedly asked. In front of the balcony, Jiang Yifei, Phoenix, Shi Zhongshuan, and Princess Moon's spirit were sitting around the stone table. They stared unblinkingly at Crown Prince Huaizun, asking him to speak in detail. In the past, the Golden Crow race was extremely powerful. Huasong Star was glorious to the extreme. 10 princes emerged from this race, and even the weakest one reached the Saint Realm. In the distance, someone who knew the details spoke in a low voice, explaining the truth. Moreover, it was rumored that those 10 princes were still rising. 10 children from a sect, and not all of them reached the peak, but the weakest one was a saint. Just how powerful are they? Everyone cried out in alarm. The entire Huasong Star is made up of golden crows, and there are very few other races. It is understandable that there are more saints, but a sect with 10 children is still rarely seen. However, this also makes sense, because their father was a quasi-emperor. In the distance, Yi Fan had always been calm, but after hearing these words, his heart jumped. He thought of a bloody case on the other side of the starry sky. Later on, for some unknown reason, the 10 children of the Golden Crow went on an expedition to an ancient star region. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless there. Almost all of them died, and in the end, only one prince came back alive. His name was Tianzhou. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. As expected, it was that bloody case. The 10 children of the Golden Crow wreaked havoc in ancient China, and were killed by Daoist one by one. Only one escaped, and his name was Tianzhou. Later on, the race's quasi-emperor was enraged and personally came to ancient China. It was a pity that the great hero of his generation, Daoist, had an exceedingly high cultivation base and was at the peak of the great saint realm. Even though he was about to take that breakthrough step, he still died with a grudge and his blood dyed the vast earth. Unfortunately, during that era, although there were other quasi-emperors in ancient China, they all left. No one could stand up for Daoist and protect his life, even though he passed away at a young age. The people here didn't know about this bloody case, and the Golden Crow race naturally wouldn't speak of it in detail. Almost no one here knew of Daoist's fame. Crown Prince Huaizun spoke calmly, Tianzhou is my grandfather, and he hasn't taken that step yet. As for the great emperor that the world talks about, he is my great-grandfather. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people knew about it, but most had never heard of it. Now that he personally confirmed it, everyone's expression changed, and their hearts shuddered. Many people thought that Tianzhou had broken through to that realm, but they didn't think that the so-called quasi-emperor was still that old emperor. Just how old was he? The fact that he was still alive in this world was truly shocking. Only Yi Fan sneered. Tianzhou wanted to become the quasi-emperor? Wouldn't that be a joke? He was once chased by Daoist, and he was scared out of his wits. If it weren't for his 9 brothers who fought with all their might, he wouldn't have had the chance to leave. When will the Golden Crow race's emperor arrive? Shi Zhongshuan asked. There was actually a quasi-emperor, and he was also an unrivaled character from the older generation. My great-grandfather encountered some problems, and he won't be here for a while. Tian Zhou replied, but this was enough. He had already said so much today. Even if the quasi-emperor didn't appear, no one would dare to touch the Golden Crow race. Provoking them would only be courting death, and they would definitely be dealt with in the future. Everyone couldn't help but think of the human race's saint physique. After killing so many Golden Crow race experts, would he be able to escape this calamity? Even if he had an emperor weapon, he wouldn't be able to defend at all times. Without a doubt, there would be a huge storm in the future. Miss Phoenix is peerless and a genius. You were able to create a suitable technique for yourself when you were young, and now, you have solved the ancestral monument's riddle. Could you help us clear up some of our doubts? Someone asked. They were very curious about the Feng race's monument, and they all wanted to know what was recorded inside. It's just a scripture. Everyone here comes from 10,000 heavens, and which one of you doesn't have a technique that can steal the fortune of heaven and earth? Feng Huang calmly said. Everyone knew that the ancient scripture was a great secret, and every race would never show it to others. It was impossible to ask about it even if they wanted to. However, Feng Huang revealed a few things. She said that it was a dragon monument with a human head and a snake body engraved on it, and it was left behind by an ancient celestial being. In the distance, Yi Fan frowned. Human head and snake body characters, dragon monument. He thought of the Fuxi of ancient China. Could it be that he was like Laozi, forming the reincarnation seal and reappearing in the world? Was the prophecy of the numinous treasure celestial being going to come true? Princess Feng is indeed a heavenly genius. The riddle that none of the previous generations could solve was solved by you. You were able to see the birth of an immortal scripture. This is truly a great fortune, Shi Zhongshuan said. The Feng race's princess is an extraordinary woman of the present age. Naturally, few can compare to you. Many people complimented. Everyone discussed the past and present, talking about their inheritances. Not long after, a gentle and graceful woman walked over from the distance. Her style was unmatched, and her head of long water blue hair danced about. Her bright eyes were kind like a fairy, but there was also a type of exceptional pressure within her otherworldly appearance. This is the Fire Qilin Cave's fairy who returned from outer space. Her cultivation is now immeasurable. The true ancient emperor's daughter has appeared in this great world, and there are endless hopes placed on her. She is naturally well known among her siblings. Everyone discussed, all of them full of reverence. Our generation's heroes have gathered, and almost all of them have arrived. This is truly a joyous occasion. Shi Zhongshuan stood up and said to Huolin, with a smile. These words are incorrect. There are a few formidable individuals who have left and are no longer in Big Dipper. Huolin, smiled. Her eyes swirled about, and the world lost color. Her appearance was unmatched and definitely not inferior to Princess Yuling. Shi Zhongshuan slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. I've heard that Big Dipper has produced heavenly geniuses and is truly worthy of the name Emperor Burial Star. In the past, there were Alcade, Middle Emperor, and even heroes like Sacred Prince and Huang Shudao. Unfortunately, I can't see them today. Huolin, smiled and said, there is one more formidable one. You forgot, but he has already returned to the eastern wasteland. It is very likely that he is also here. After hearing these words, everyone revealed strange expressions and immediately thought of who it was. When discussing the younger generation, how could that person be avoided? His status was enough to make the heavens collapse. That's true, he is indeed very strong. Shi Zhongshuan said indifferently. His expression was completely different from before. Why didn't the human race's holy physique fan come? In the distance, the experts of various races all began to discuss. When Crown Prince Huaizun heard this name, his expression changed greatly. However, in the end, he calmed down and sat there quietly. Princess Yuling's heart was also moved, and her eyes flashed. Back then in the Qinling Mountains, her race had used the Jiuli divine diagram to attack and almost killed Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix also revealed a strange expression. Many things had happened in the past, and when she looked back, it was like a dream. The words she said in the past were too excessive, and now, it was so difficult to even think of a quasi-emperor. This place was in a clamor. When Yi Fan was mentioned, it naturally aroused many discussions. His fame was just too great. At this time, an ancient war chariot slowly drove over. It was extremely shabby and engraved with the marks of time. It was clearly an ancient object. Chapter 1520. The chariot was old. The shaft of the chariot was almost broken. It was made of an unknown material. It was dark and had a faint metallic luster. The wheels were made of polished stones. They were grayish-brown and didn't look smooth. They were a little rough. However, it wasn't a big deal. The only frightening thing was that the beast pulling the chariot was a stone tiger. Although it didn't have one ear and its three-legged leg was broken in half, its power was still frightening. It was a holy spirit that was used to pull the chariot. How could people not be shocked? As soon as this old chariot entered the ancient continent in the sky, it stirred up a big commotion. Many people gazed at it. Who is that? He uses a holy spirit to pull the chariot. What's his background? This stone tiger is at least at the saint realm. Moreover, he's at the peak. He's willing to be a servant. The man in the chariot is really admirable. The broken chariot slowly moved forward. It wasn't fast. The man in the chariot was enjoying the scenery along the way. Looking at the land under the clouds, he sighed. Along the way, the mountains and rivers are so magnificent. It's been so many years since I've seen this kind of scenery. Next to the chariot were 3 attendants. All of them were covered in black armor. Even their heads and faces were covered. No one could see their faces. It was unknown what kind of material they were made of. Even the heaven I couldn't see through them. The old chariot drove out of the ancient continent from time to time to enjoy the scenery on the ground. Compared to the ancient continent, the mountains and rivers on the ground were more attractive to them. The City of Darkness has existed for such a long time. It is an old place where people can taste the joys and sorrows of life. In this world, its mission is about to come to an end, the person in the carriage said softly. Brother, please get off the chariot. Can we have a chat? Shi Zhongshuan stood up and talked to the chariot not far from him. He gazed at the stone tiger, light flickering in his eyes. A servant lifted the curtain and a foot stepped out of the chariot. There was no intimidating aura or energy fluctuation. It was a young man with deep eyes. He was very handsome. However, his face was strangely pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. He had a sickly beauty. He couldn't be considered heroic, but he was especially handsome. At first glance, he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, but upon closer inspection, that wasn't the case. This was his aura, it was just like that. Greetings, everyone. He cupped his fists, and the cadence of his syllables was somewhat special. At this time, even Jiang Yifei stood up. He could clearly feel that this person was extraordinary. He had a special temperament. Even if his performance was ordinary, he couldn't be ignored. Princess Moon's spirit, Crown Prince Huaizun, and the Wind Phoenix all revealed strange expressions. This person was definitely a top-notch expert, and it was completely based on their instincts. May I know your name and where are you from? Shi Zhongshuan asked. My name is Enpu, and I live in the central region. The young man said. Everyone was shocked. They had never heard of such a powerful figure before, so why did he suddenly appear today? Was there such a person in the central region? In the distance, Yi Fan frowned. This person was definitely not simple. Even he felt his heart skip a beat. However, he had never seen him before. Was he really a Big Dipper powerhouse? Tigers and leopards are hidden deep in the mountains, and cheelants are buried in the fields. I originally thought that the heroes of Big Dipper were all here, but I never thought that there would be such an unworldly figure like brother, Shi Zhongshuan said. On the side, many people agreed. They all felt that this person was extraordinary. He was most likely a hidden expert that made others feel reverence. Where does brother live? Jiang Yifei asked. Not far from the City of Darkness, Enpu said. He gave Jiang Yifei a deep look. Everyone was bewildered. They sighed inwardly that this City of Darkness was extraordinary after all. There was actually such an exceptional figure hidden nearby, yet they had never heard of him before. Everyone could only console themselves. This world was too big, and there were bound to be some experts that were unknown to the world. Even when they died, they wouldn't be discovered by the world. Fellow great sage, are you all discussing the matters after the road of immortalization opens? Why don't you all go and listen? I want to take a look, Enpu said. He cupped his hands towards everyone and walked forward. Many people gazed at his back and revealed pensive expressions. This person appeared too suddenly. They didn't know where he came from, so it made them feel that he was a bit special. In front of the main hall, there was a sea of people. There were powerful cultivators everywhere. After Enpu arrived here, he quietly listened for a long time. Only when the Ji family's great sage walked out did his expression tremble. At the same time, the ancient void mirror inside the Ji family's old saint's body moved slightly and released a ringing sound. The old saint suddenly turned around and suddenly looked in this direction. His gaze was incomparably brilliant. He saw this young man that seemed a bit sick, and he stared at him for a long time. There's their aura. He gave this person a deep look and muttered to himself. He didn't make a move and left on his own. The reaction towards the elders is still there. The divine mirror is too serious, Enpu said softly. He stood here for a while, and then he returned along the path he came from. When he passed by a group of heroes, he was invited by someone and sat down. For an outstanding talent like brother to not be well known before, it really is surprising. Someone beat around the bush, wanting to inquire about his true origins. In the past, the elders were strict, so there was no way for me to come out. Recently, I finally have the chance to properly take a look around this great land, Enpu said calmly. He was always calm, as if nothing could cause his emotions to fluctuate. Everyone sat down and talked about some ancient matters. It was quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Enpu was also quite knowledgeable and knew quite a few ancient secrets. When he talked about it, the cultivators in all directions all listened attentively. The path of immortality is about to open. The existences of the 7 great restricted regions will most likely make a big move, right? Someone brought up this topic. Undying Mountain is very close. I wonder what kind of attitude the supreme beings there will have after they come into being. Someone revealed a worried expression. Speaking of which, the Tao Comprehension Immortal Tea in Undying Mountain is about to ripen again. It's a pity that this year, most likely no one dares to guard outside the mountain. In the past, they would always be able to obtain some leaves. Someone said with deep regret. Enpu laughed and said, this little brother was fortunate enough to obtain a few leaves. Today, we had a good chat. Please enjoy the tea. After speaking, with a wave of his hand, a tea set appeared on the stone table. Sparkling and translucent light flickered about. Several leaves flew out, entering the pot. These tea leaves were all miraculous and extraordinary, every single one of them different. One of them was shaped like a small cauldron, 3 legs and 2 handles. It flowed with radiance, and Tao patterns interweaved. Another expanse of scarlet multicolored light flickered about, as if a furnace was rising and falling. It released waves of flames, divine patterns strand after strand, constructing the shape of this leaf. This was a masterpiece of the heavens. The Tao Comprehension divine tea leaves were natural Tao diagrams, every single one of them possessing a different type of natural law, representing a certain type of unchanging truth between heaven and earth. Among them, there was a rather special one that was humanoid in shape, as if a small person was sitting there. It was sparkling and translucent, wisps of mist curling about it, as if an immortal descended into the lower realm. Everyone was incomparably shocked. What kind of person was this? Just because they had a good chat, he brought out Dao comprehension tea leaves to entertain them? In the past, regardless of who it was that obtained it, they would carefully store it away. Only when the most esteemed guests came would they bring it out to entertain them. This person was too extravagant. Everyone immediately developed a good impression of him. This was especially true for the cultivators from outside this region. The Dao comprehension tea leaves were unreachable for them, something that only existed in legends. They never expected to see it with their own eyes. They never thought that they could taste this immortal tea today. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and then they were overjoyed. The clear spring water was like sweet dew, possessing a faint fragrance to begin with. It left everyone astonished. After it was boiled, it slowly entered the pot. A wave of fragrance immediately wafted out, leaving the nearby people shocked. This tea fragrance was too special. Just a whiff of it made one's mind clear. How extraordinary was this? The black-armored servant offered the tea. The dozen or so youngsters sitting at the stone table all raised their teacups in a treasured manner. They first took a whiff, and then they all sighed in admiration. Huolin gave them a glance, and then she lowered her head to drink her tea. She didn't say anything, appearing to be deep in thought. In reality, she had long noticed Enpu. She had been frowning this entire time. After everyone tasted the tea, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel refreshed. They all felt as if they were going to comprehend the Tao. They all silently comprehended for a long time, remaining silent. Only after a long time did they slowly come back to their senses. They all expressed their gratitude towards Enpu. Even though this sickly youngster looked cold, he was also very humble. He shook his head and didn't mind at all. They chatted about the past and present. Naturally, they couldn't avoid mentioning Undying Mountain, the Void Emperor, and the Great Completion Divine Physique. It was because these two people had attacked before. Right at this time, a purple-clothed young lady appeared. She was graceful and beautiful, and there were shallow dimples on her fair and charming face. Her eyes were bright and kind, appearing quick-witted and mischievous. This is the pearl of the Eastern Wastelands Ji family, a heaven's proud daughter with astonishing talent. She successfully slaughtered her way back from the ancient starry sky path, someone said. Rumor has it that she isn't all that diligent in cultivation, but she is exceptionally powerful. She is a heaven-warping genius. Someone stood up and greeted. That was the descendant of the Void Emperor. Moreover, she was so stunning, so she was naturally worthy of being invited. However, Enpu instead sighed softly and said, in that case, she and I are mortal enemies. Even though it is a grudge between the elders, I still have no choice but to take action. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this calm man to actually say such words. He was going to take action against Ji Ziyue. Brother, this isn't very good. Jianghu shook his head and said. I heard that he is very close to the human race's divine physique, Shi Zhongshuan reminded. Is that so? Enpu smiled softly. It was actually very bright. Then, he returned to his sickly appearance and said, we are all mortal enemies. Beside him, the three black-armored servants walked straight forward and rushed towards Ji Ziyue. Everyone's expression froze. They didn't expect him to really take action just like that. Ji Ziyue was already near and heard their words. However, her expression didn't change. She only stopped when the three servants approached. Whoosh! Suddenly, a Milky Way-like light rushed over and directly cut off the path of the three servants. It was dazzling and dazzling. Yi Fan poured out the wine in his cup. It was actually like a Milky Way, dazzling and boundless. It was clearly just a cup of wine, but it had such a shocking effect. The three black-armored servants instantly stopped in their tracks, and the group of heroes was even more shocked. In this Milky Way, they felt a boundless and majestic will of invincibility. Yi Fan waved at Ji Ziyue and invited her over. Pu Ti sighed softly and said, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this place. There is an expert right in front of us, yet not many can detect him. Such a person deserves a cup of enlightenment tea. Chapter 1521. Subhuti waved his hand and a servant walked back. He used a jade plate to hold up a cup of immortal tea. Waves of fragrance wafted out as he walked towards Yifan. Ji Ziyue and Yifan sat in the pavilion. Their big eyes curved into crescent moons as they smiled brightly. She naturally knew who this was. Yifan stood up and looked at Enpu. Thank you for your kind intentions. If you send 2 cups, we will accept it. Not far away, Enpu shook his head and said, unfortunately, the feud cannot be resolved. If I don't make a move, I won't be able to answer to the elders. I can only offer the immortal tea. In that case, I can only thank you. What if we are enemies? Won't you regret it? Yifan said. No matter, I will gift you this cup of tea. Enpu said calmly. However, there was a kind of dominance on his pale face. It was very different from before. This made people feel a wave of horror. They felt a kind of aura that could swallow 10,000 miles, and he was the most supreme. It swept away the morbid state and made people's legs tremble and their backs turn cold. This was an incredible character. There was no fluctuation of power at all, and one couldn't see the depth of his cultivation. Just the natural aura alone made the hearts of the people tremble. Is there a need to force tea? Yifan shook his head. Ordinary people can't even drink such immortal tea even if they wanted to. It can be called a kind of immortal fate. What are you hesitating for? The servant said coldly. Yifan ignored him and only spoke to Enpu. Before this, you gave me tea and I am grateful. If you force it like this, then you will be an enemy. Although it was a cup of divine tea, giving it in such a domineering manner had a sense of coercion. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been anyone who could pressure him like this. Enpu's expression was cold and he didn't say anything. However, the servant holding the teacup was even more domineering. Where did they come from? The true forbidden zone of life. All the power and inheritances in this world were a joke to them. Since ancient times, which power could truly compare to their elders? Unless a true emperor appeared, everything else was just fleeting clouds and dust. Yifan ignored him and directly sat down. He was just a servant. No matter how strong he was still a servant. No matter how strong he was still a servant. No matter what, he would only lose face. Everything in this world is under our feet. My master controls the ups and downs of the world. For tens of thousands of years, no one has ever dared to reject our kindness like this, the servant said in a serious tone. Yifan looked directly at Enpu and said, it seems that you are not very satisfied with this servant. Do you want to borrow my hand to kill him for you? His voice wasn't loud, but his oppressive aura shot straight into the 9 heavens, shaking everyone's ears to the point of buzzing. Everyone's hearts jumped, and they knew exactly how powerful this person was. His voice shook the heavens, containing an invincible martial will within it. Everyone could clearly feel that this kind of character was definitely a supreme existence, and it would be hard for him to find a match among those of the same generation. Pa, and Pu clapped his hands and said, in all these years, you are the first person to be so domineering towards me. I remember that ever since I was born, not many people have dared to go against me. He asked the servant to step back and bring back the tea of enlightenment. Master. The servant wasn't willing. He stared coldly at Yifan. He truly couldn't stand this kind of attitude, because from start to finish, Yifan hadn't even glanced at him. Even when he spoke, he was directly talking to Enpu. Even though this could be considered self-respect and not bickering with a servant, but where did he come from? He came from the undying mountain. Even if he was just a servant, he was still all-powerful in the outside world back then. Who dared to look down on him? This kind of attitude from Yifan made him seethe with anger. He didn't turn back. He took a step forward and looked down at Yifan from above. A powerful aura gushed out and swept towards Yifan, wanting to suppress and kill him. Pooh! A cold light flickered, followed by a splatter of blood. Everything ended just like that. Yi Fan didn't even blink. He sat there cross-legged, still calm and composed, directly killing this person without saying a word. Everyone was astonished, monstrous waves surging in their hearts. Just how strong was that servant just now? Even they couldn't say for sure. They were like raging waves, yet they didn't expect to be instantly slashed by someone, directly exploding and turning into a pool of blood. They didn't even see clearly what kind of weapon that was. How did that person do it? It was too fast, killing him cleanly with one strike. And Poo's expression turned cold in an instant, like a demon god. His entire person exploded with a heaven-piercing aura, directly shattering the sky. I respect you as a person, but your servant doesn't know when to back off. If you and I were in your shoes, what would you do? Could it be that you wouldn't kill him? Yi Fan asked calmly. Thud, thud, thud. Rhythmic footsteps rang out, and the great sage of the Ji family appeared. A mirror hung above his head, and he stood in the distance, looking over in this direction, staring at Poo. Everyone's expression froze. Just what was this person's background? He was actually worthy of a great sage wielding a monarch weapon to observe. This was truly shocking. Poo's expression was incomparably cold, and only after a long time did he slowly calm down. He said, "Fine," he brought disaster upon himself. He didn't obey my orders, and thus deserves this calamity. No one would have thought that such a fierce stance of his would actually calm down in the end, becoming so calm. Who is this person? Everyone was bewildered as they stared in Yi Fan's direction. However, a portion of people already understood, clearly knowing who this was, and even knew how that servant died. Yi Fan's sword flashed with cold light, killing the armored servant of the Undying Mountain. It was impossible to hide it from Huolin, Jianghu, Princess Moon Spirit, and the others. The human race's holy physique, Yi Fan, it's been a long time. Shi Zhongshuan spoke. Yi Fan smiled and raised his cup. Mist curled up on his face, and in an instant, his true appearance was restored. Since he was recognized, there was no need to hide anything. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. As expected, when Yi Fan's true body appeared here, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people cried out in surprise, and quite a few people rushed forward, discussing spiritedly. Brother Yi, I heard that you charged into the starry sky ancient path, and killed so many enemies that they were all terrified. Is this true? Someone asked fervently. Senior Yi, what are the obstructions on the ancient path? What do I need to pay attention to? Do you think I can set foot on that path? A newly risen junior asked with hope. Yi Fan was helpless. He knew it would be like this, but he had no choice. He answered them one by one, and only after a long time did the crowd disperse. He was truly exhausted from dealing with them. This was even after he secretly hinted that there might be a battle here, and it would most likely result in a bloodbath. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to shake off everyone. Now that his name had shaken the Northern Dipper, this would definitely be the result once he appeared. Of course, there was no lack of enemies. They stood in the shadows and watched coldly. Only, how many people could kill the current Yi Fan? Who dared to face him head-on? He was no longer the small cultivator of the past, his might shaking the world. Huolin smiled and walked forward. She said softly, "You also saw through it and know where that person came from?" Yi Fan nodded and said, "The Dao comprehension tea was freshly plucked and definitely not blown out by the wind like in the past. Presumably, only the people of that place came into being. Since you knew, why did you still kill their servants? That place is much more terrifying than our Emperor clan. There are true Emperor-level experts overseeing it." Huolin said. This was reality. Now, who could be undying in this world? Who was the true ruler? Naturally, they were the supreme beings of the 7 great restricted regions. Ji Ziyue giggled and pulled Huolin to sit down with her. She personally poured a cup of tea for her. "Little sister, are you trying to harm me by pulling me to sit down like this? What if the Undying Mountain also holds a score on me?" Huolin said. Sister, as a member of the imperial clan and the daughter of the ancient Qilin emperor, why are you afraid of them? Gzus said indifferently. You evil fellow, you clearly want to pull me onto the same chariot, and you still say these things. They have true emperor-level experts, and we are the same as your family. The most glorious era has already ended, Huolin complained. She said that there was Dao comprehension tea there, but she came here to make enemies for no reason. It's just a normal exchange of favors. I don't think that guy is a petty person. It's fine, Gzus said with a smile. Jiang Yifei also walked over and greeted Yifan. The two of them had known each other a long time ago. At that time, Yifan was still a small cultivator and had just learned the cultivation method. How fragrant! Longma, Gujinpeng, and the other 11 saints came out of the central heavenly palace and smelled the Dao comprehension tea. Then, they saw Yifan and were immediately overjoyed. Quickly make a vat and drink to our heart's content. Yifan's forehead was full of black lines. In the past, all of these people carried large vats to drink, and all of them were big eaters. He took out some Dao comprehension tea and boiled the life-spring divine liquid of the ancient celestial being. Then, he began to make tea, which shocked the group of people in the distance. Since when did Dao comprehension tea become so cheap? Why could anyone make a pot of it and treat people so casually? Especially when they saw that the number of tea leaves Yifan put in was really not small. They reckoned that if they were spread out, they could really make a vat. Everyone was envious. This kind of peerless immortal tea could only be found by chance, and it could actually be drunk like this. It made them speechless. Many people knew what was going on. Back then, Yifan fought against the heavenly prince. After a bitter battle, he killed him and shocked the world. Then, he raided the heavenly prince's nest and obtained 1,800 Dao comprehension tea leaves. Who left those things behind? The undying heavenly emperor. The Dao comprehension tea only produced 108 leaves every year, and only in special years could it produce 1,000. The undying heavenly emperor caught up and cut off the entire plant. The main body was used as a coffin, and the branches were left for his descendants. As for the pitiful old tea tree, it could only regrow. It's not a loss, I can drink a few more cups of good tea here. Sigh, it really makes one's thoughts run wild. Back then, when my father was still alive, he drank this tea every day and picked fresh leaves every day. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Huolin sighed. When everyone heard this, they all had the urge to vomit blood. What they had seen and heard today was truly unbearable. Each person's background was more and more astonishing than the last. Yifan. Crown Prince Huaizun of the Golden Crow race stood up and shouted sternly. What's the matter? Yifan looked at him calmly. At the side, Shi Zhongshuan squinted his eyes and said with a smile, I've long heard of the great name of the human race's divine physique. Seeing it today, it is indeed a well-deserved reputation. Your mysterious arts are matchless. He glanced at Enpu out of the corner of his eye, but found that he was very calm and had no reaction at all. The current leader of the Feng race, Feng Huang, was peerless in her beauty. Her eyes flickered with radiance as she also looked over. Her heart was not calm. Princess Moon's spirit, on the other hand, frowned slightly. She knew that if this continued, there would be no small amount of trouble. Chapter 1522. Crown Prince Huaizun's eyes were as sharp as swords. The golden robe on his body fluttered as murderous intent filled his heart. Jianghu, great sage Jianghu, and the other powerhouses, all of them died in your hands. You are unforgivable and unforgivable. Yifan glanced at him but didn't care. He let the prince roar as if he was an outsider. As the saint physique of the human race, do you really think no one in the world can subdue you? You must know that there is always someone better than you. Crown Prince Huaizun's voice became even colder. Yifan nodded, I agree. The universe is vast and there is always someone better than you. Longma nodded in agreement, that's right. I once saw an old woodcutter in space. I don't know his name, but his cultivation level is close to that of a great emperor. It was obvious that they had ignored the first half of the story and twisted it. This made Crown Prince Huaizun feel like he had punched into cotton. Especially when he heard everyone talking about how there was always someone better than him, as if they had forgotten that he was talking about the Golden Crow tribe's blood feud. The veins on his forehead bulged. You killed the heroes of the Golden Crow tribe and countless souls have died. There is no way to resolve this. Crown Prince Huaizun's murderous intent was endless. Too many people had died and he wanted nothing more than to kill the person in front of him. Who wants to resolve this? Yi Fan asked in surprise. Huaizun's expression immediately became extremely ugly. He was vehement and full of grief and indignation. He was berating here, but the other party was so calm and indifferent. Let's settle this. Huaizun couldn't stand this contempt and roared. The place became noisy as many people rushed over. The saint physique of the human race had appeared and the Golden Crow tribe wanted revenge. It was impossible for such explosive news to not cause a commotion. Yi Fan was surprised. Aren't you waiting for your quasi-emperor to appear? You dare to fight me? What kind of expression was this? In addition to this kind of tone, Crown Prince Huaizun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was going too far. This person was looking down on him too much. At this time, Yi Fan had already stood up and was walking quickly towards him. He was like a bear that had seen honey, or a leopard that had smelled fish. He looked completely excited and determined to eat him up. How arrogant of you! Crown Prince Huaizun was infuriated. The other party was definitely putting on a show for him. Every word and action was frivolous, purposefully mocking and humiliating him. Isn't this your suggestion? Are you afraid and don't dare to fight? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. The surroundings were extremely noisy. It was unknown just how many pairs of eyes were watching, but there were even more people who gathered, clamoring together, wanting them to fight a decisive battle. The people of the world wished for the world to be in chaos, hoping that things would blow up so that they could watch from the sidelines and watch a fierce battle. After all, one of them had the sacred physique of the human clan, while the other had the support of the quasi-emperor. Fine, I will fight you today. I will set up a great formation. Do you dare to break it? Crown Prince Huaizun shouted. At this point, he directly jumped off the cloud and descended towards the central region. He was going to set up a killing formation and fight with Yi Fan to determine who was stronger. Accept the challenge. A group of people clamored for Yi Fan to accept. Many people directly followed, wanting to see this turbulent situation. Brother Yi is a dragon among men and is almost invincible. He will naturally not refuse a challenge from someone of the same generation. I am willing to go and see and broaden my horizons, Shi Zhongshuan said. Heavyweights like him all left their seats and followed after them. The sudden commotion in this place had attracted many experts. Even some of the great sage were alarmed, including the important figures in the central palace. Everyone either rode on divine rainbows or stepped on auspicious clouds as they descended to the ground. This was a wilderness filled with thistles and thorns. The terrain was uneven and far from magnificent, but at this time, it was filled with people. Huaizun's face was gloomy. Without saying a word, one flag after another appeared in his hands. Some were apricot yellow, some were greenish purple, and some were as red as blood. Flames surged and soared to a height of 300,000 zhang. Everyone was shocked. These formation flags were definitely extraordinary. They couldn't see their depths for a moment, so they must be extraordinary items. Combined like this, they emitted a terrifying pressure. It is comparable to a great sage, right? This formation is indeed not simple. It is most likely the most powerful great sage's killing formation. If the sacred physique of the human clan doesn't use an emperor weapon, it won't be easy to go in. Everyone discussed secretly. They all felt that this formation was extraordinary. It should be a killing formation that the great sage of the Golden Crow clan had painstakingly researched. After refining the formation flags, he gave it to Crown Prince Huaizun. This formation is mysterious and unfathomable. It seems to contain a shocking killing intent, Gzus said in a low voice. She had a special physique and was most sensitive to the various origins of the world. She suddenly had an ominous premonition. Yi Fan nodded. He tried to activate the green copper cauldron. The cauldron actually trembled slightly. One had to know that he hadn't even entered the formation. On the surface, it looks like the Great Sage's killing formation, but this is just a cover. The center of the formation is most likely the Quasi-Emperor's killing formation. After all, their race has a living Golden Crow Emperor. Yi Fan stared at the formation again and again. The other party wanted to numb him and kill him directly after he entered. Boom! Suddenly, a great battle broke out in the sky. Some of the Great Sage's disagreements finally came to blows. They were all from the outer realm. In the central heavenly palace, for the benefit of the various races, no one would give in to each other. Those who had old grudges would easily go against each other, and conflict was inevitable. However, the intensity of the battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Pfft! Not long after, there was a rain of blood. Everyone was shocked and fled. That was the blood of the Great Sage. Ordinary sages couldn't bear it. If they were really drenched, it would be very tragic. Fellow Daoist, why do you have to do this? Everything should be peaceful. Someone came forward to mediate. Everyone was shocked and looked up. It was the great sage Henshuo. He rushed into the vast great void to mediate. Unfortunately, the two sides couldn't separate. Moreover, the victor was decided at this moment. The battle was abnormally bitter. Large amounts of blood rained down, and a scream came from the sky. A great sage was blown up. His primordial spirit wanted to escape, but the person behind him wasn't willing to let it go. He held a green gourd in his hand and pulled out the stopper. A wave of green gas flew out and wrapped around the primordial spirit, turning it into powder. Sigh. The great sage Henshuo sighed and shook his head. Everyone immediately distanced themselves from him. A battle of the great sage broke out first and then quickly ended. Yi Fan, do you dare to fight? Crown Prince Huaizun finished setting up the formation flags. Astral winds whistled and mist surged. All kinds of gods, devils, and ghosts appeared. Moreover, from time to time, beams of flames would rush up. Anyone who saw this killing formation could tell that it was extraordinary and could injure the great sage. Many people looked over at Yi Fan. They all wanted to see a fight between a dragon and a tiger. In this era, there weren't many who dared to fight against Yi Fan alone. Who would dare to face him head-on? Killing the heavenly prince, conquering Mount Meru. Which one of these matters wasn't vast and mighty? Not to mention the news that people on the starry sky ancient path still couldn't confirm. Are you sure you want to be enemies with me? Yi Fan asked coldly. Of course. The blood feud is always in my heart. The Golden Crow race and you can't exist together. You must die. Crown Prince Huaizun shouted. Very well. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Yi Fan walked forward in large strides. Both of you are geniuses. There's no need to be like this. Peace is the most important thing. Great Sage Henshuo descended. He had a compassionate expression on his face, wanting to calm things down. The great sage of the Golden Crow race sneered. If Yi Fan entered the formation, even with an emperor weapon in hand, he would still lose a layer of skin. After all, it wasn't him who could completely awaken the killing sword, but the hidden formation was different. It could automatically revive and kill gods and Buddhas. He naturally wouldn't let Henshuo ruin things. Dao friend, you worry too much. This is just a matter of ending things. There's no need for others to interfere. Peace is the most important thing. Henshuo advised seriously. Yi Fan, what are you waiting for? You don't dare? Hurry up and enter the formation. Crown Prince Huaizun shouted. He turned around and was about to enter the formation, forcing Yi Fan to fight him inside. Suddenly, with a clang, a cold light flashed. The world lost color in that instant. The sun, moon, and stars lost their light. The mountains and rivers trembled, and a mountain directly exploded. In front of the formation, a bloody light flew. Crown Prince Huizun was directly cut by Yi Fan. He exploded, blood and white bone fragments splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Did Yi Fan break the formation? No, he didn't even enter the formation. He directly killed Crown Prince Huizun outside. AI. Great Sage Hunshuo sighed. With a boom, the entire place boiled. Was it going to end just like that? It hadn't even begun. He didn't even break the formation. Yi Fan directly killed Crown Prince Huizun. The great sage of the Golden Crow race roared. His opponent was too careless, directly attacking just like that. He angrily scolded, "Human race Saint Physique, you are despicable." Shi Zhongshuan said in an indifferent tone, "Brother Yi, how can you do this? You are a dignified human race Saint Physique, but you don't dare to accept the challenge and kill your opponent. You really make us ashamed to be associated with you. Everyone, what are you waiting for? This person is ruthless and doesn't follow the rules. Leaving him alive is a disaster. Hurry up and kill him." Someone shouted at the old patriarchs of the several great royal families, telling them to use their weapons to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He had already used his Genesis technique. Even if the people he shouted secretly hid their auras, they couldn't escape his perception. He had already discovered that it was Granny Feng, who had previously persuaded the great sage of the various races to kill him. What's going on? Did the human race Saint Physique directly kill outside the formation? Everyone was discussing, and the place was in an uproar. Yi Fan coldly snorted and said, "When did I agree to enter the formation? He set up a quasi-emperor killing formation to trick me into entering and kill me. What a wishful thinking." Everyone was in an uproar. It was actually the quasi-emperor killing formation. If this kind of formation was complete, it would be extremely terrifying. That was because, unlike emperor weapons, even if they were activated, they would not be able to completely revive. However, the formation was different. It could revive on its own. It was equivalent to a true quasi-emperor being reborn. Back when the human demon attacked the nest of 10,000 dragons, even with the green copper cauldron, he was blocked by the quasi-emperor killing formation and couldn't complete his attack. Chapter 1523. Even so, there is no need for you to kill him. It's too vicious. Can't you just refuse to enter the formation? Granny Feng shouted in the dark. She laughed coldly and loudly berated, questioning Yi Fan. She called on all the races to join forces and kill him. At this point, Yi Fan became even colder. He said unhurriedly, "He said that he and I cannot live under the same sky and won't rest until one of us is dead. Since he used such unscrupulous methods to deceive me, is there a need to discuss killing him?" His meaning was clear. Since they were enemies, he should just kill them. Yi Fan didn't want to argue. At the same time, he warned Granny Feng not to be enemies with him. Ah! The great sage of the Golden Crow race roared endlessly. He was so angry that his heart, liver, and lungs were about to explode. The quasi-emperor formation wasn't put to use and was even ridiculed like this. How could he endure it? He shouted again and again, "You are so unrestrained and immoral, starting a massacre here without any regard for the rules. The heavens will not tolerate this." Yi Fan sneered and said, "It was clearly you guys who had dirty thoughts. In the end, I saw through you and killed you directly. Yet, you still speak so indignantly. Don't you feel ashamed? Do you still want face? What's wrong with Crown Prince Huizun setting up a killing formation? You don't dare to enter and instead do such despicable things. What kind of ability is that?" Granny Feng berated in the dark. "Fine, act according to your logic. I will also set up an emperor weapon formation here and invite you to break it. Do you dare?" With a clang, Yi Fan pulled out the spirit treasure celestial being's immortal sword. Cold light flickered and formation patterns appeared. An immortal slaughtering diagram appeared in the air. He looked around and invited the great sage of the Golden Crow race and those who were secretly berating him to enter the formation and fight. You. The great sage of the Golden Crow race flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He pointed at Yi Fan and said, "Fellow Daoists, you all saw it. He has gone too far. Leaving this child alive will only bring disaster sooner or later." He instigated the crowd, hoping that everyone would attack together and kill Yi Fan. In particular, the few ancient royal families were the ones he sought help from. "Everyone, please make your move. Our race's great emperor will definitely not forget your kindness when he descends upon this planet in the future." At this moment, the Golden Crow race's great sage even spoke these words, leaving everyone shocked. He promised the future, vowing to kill Yi Fan. What? Are you angry now? Yi Fan was calm and collected. He sneered and said, "Today, I have placed an emperor weapon and am waiting for you to enter the array. Isn't that the same thing? Why are you refusing? Why are you saying that I am going too far? If you don't dare to come in, then don't complain about Crown Prince Huaizun's injustice. Everyone, if we don't get rid of him today, will definitely regret it in the future. This kid has a ruthless nature, and he'll definitely become a great enemy of all the races in the future. We must get rid of him." Granny Feng shouted in secret. "That's right. This kid is too despicable. It was supposed to be a fair duel, but it ended up like this. I hope everyone can uphold justice." The Golden Crow race's great sage said sternly. Yi Fan rebuked, "Crown Prince Huaizun has a filthy heart. He set up the quasi-emperor array to trick me into entering and kill me. In the end, he was packaged and whitewashed by you guys. Do you still have any shame? You might as well just throw your face on the ground. Since you want me to kill you, you've already become my enemy. Why don't you just come here openly? The facts are right in front of you. Talking nonsense like this is no better than setting up a memorial arch in a brothel. Isn't this laughable?" Everyone burst into laughter, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Longma and the others naturally started to make a ruckus, shouting non-stop. The Golden Crow race's great sage's face turned ashen. In the dark, Granny Feng continued to make a ruckus, hoping that the far ancient imperial family would make a move and kill Yi Fan on the spot. Shi Zhongshuan's face carried a faint coldness as he said, "Brother Ye's way of doing things is too much. Even if His Highness Huaizun harbors evil intentions, you don't have to be so extreme. It's hard to display Brother Huaizun's boldness and grandeur, and it makes us feel ashamed to be on the same level as you." Beside him, there were naturally some people who could be considered his companions. Upon hearing this, they looked at Yi Fan and all of them shook their heads. Yi Fan swept a glance at them and said directly, "Who do you think you are to be on the same level as me? I'm just a lowly person. Even the ruffians I've killed are stronger than you. You." Shi Zhongshuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his entire face turned red. He was so angry that his eyes suddenly became fierce and cold. What kind of person was he? He came from the sacred spirit bloodline and had imperial blood flowing in his body. He had always been respected by others, yet today, he was completely disregarded by others. He was reprimanded as unworthy of being on the same level as him and humiliated in front of everyone. This made him so embarrassed that he wanted to vomit blood. Yi Fan swept a glance at him and then no longer looked at him, treating him like a blade of grass. At this time, the Golden Crow race's great sage was moving. He wanted to rush towards the quasi-emperor killing formation and enter because he already had a bad premonition. However, Yi Fan had already locked onto him and was staring at him. He moved across the sky and directly blocked his path. The killing sword in his hand blossomed with terrifying radiance, and his aura penetrated through everything. The Golden Crow race's great sage nodded and left decisively. The other party didn't give him any chance at all. As long as he entered the formation, he would be able to protect himself. At the very least, he could avoid disaster and even deal with Yi Fan. However, his path forward was now blocked. Human race's holy physique, your way of doing things is too tyrannical. Do you want to wantonly slaughter here in front of the One Heaven Dao? You want to kill a great sage? Do you think there's no one else in this world? Granny Feng secretly shouted. Can you represent the entire world by yourself? You cowardly scoundrel. I'll settle things with you in a bit. Yi Fan coldly replied. He intercepted the old golden crow and walked forward step by step. This heaven and earth trembled because of him. The killing sword in his hand was filled with murderous intent and surged into the sky. No one could stop it. The Golden Crow race's great sage felt a chill. The situation was so intense that it actually developed to this extent. He couldn't take a step back even if he wanted to. His expression was ugly as he loudly shouted, "What do you want? Do you want to show off your ferocious might in front of everyone? You were the one who said that you wanted to kill me. Are you afraid now? Also, don't always put your will above the heads of everyone in this world. Who do you think you are? You can't represent all of us." Yi Fan raised his sword and slashed forward. He wanted to kill the Golden Crow race's great sage. The clamor immediately quieted down. Everyone was terrified. This was the reality, and it was useless to say anything. Yi Fan wanted to kill a great sage with an emperor weapon. Naturally, everyone else was scared. Swish! The Golden Crow race's great sage was so shocked that his face turned pale. He turned into a beam of golden light and shot into the outer realm like a divine arrow, fleeing for his life. Yi Fan took a step forward. The heaven and earth changed, and the mountains and rivers changed. He directly rushed into outer space and disappeared from his original spot. Revenge breeds revenge. When will there be an end to it? Dao friends, there is too much killing in this world. This old man will still say the same thing. Everything should be peaceful. The great sage Hunshuo shouted from behind and transmitted his voice. Many people staggered. They silently looked towards the heavens and observed a moment of silence for the Golden Crow race's great sage. Where do you think you're going? Yi Fan arrived above the heavens and instantly cut off the Golden Crow race's great sage's path. His face turned deathly pale. Do you know that my race's great emperor is about to descend into this world? If you act like this, there will be no place for you in this world in the future. The Golden Crow race's great sage appeared fierce. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yi Fan's sword slashed forward. The Golden Crow race's great sage's scalp went numb and his heart trembled. He couldn't evade with all of his strength. Yi Fan's speed was even faster than his. At this time, it was useless even if he begged for mercy. He was deeply aware of Yi Fan's vicious reputation. Pfft! A streak of sword light flashed past. The Golden Crow race's great sage only had time to let out a mournful scream before a rain of blood swirled about. Yi Fan's sword hacked off his head, and then his body collapsed inch by inch. A large expanse of blood scattered down. Everyone on the ground cried out in alarm and fled in disarray. They didn't dare to touch him. Sigh. Hun Tuo sighed softly and shook his head. This result made this place fall into absolute silence. Only after a period of time did it become noisy again. Another great sage had died. Was there still any safety left in this world? The path of immortality hadn't even opened yet, and important figures had already fallen one after another. Yi Fan descended with the long sword in his hand. The last drop of blood dripped down from the sharp blade, making him look majestic and awe-inspiring. Wherever his gaze passed, not many people dared to look him in the eye. This was a reputation he had gained through slaughter. Everyone in the northern Dipper continent knew about it, and now, the people from the outer realms also truly understood it. At this moment, there was no one who wasn't afraid. Even the saints from the outer realms finally understood Yi Fan's temper. He wouldn't let anyone off if he had to kill. Yi Fan swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he raised his killing sword and walked straight ahead. He closed in on an old woman, his killing intent unconcealed. In front of him was Granny Feng. What are you doing, fellow Daoist? The surrounding people were all scared. Seeing him charge in this direction, they were really afraid that he would slash down with his sword and kill them all. I'm trying to reason with her. Yi Fan pointed the long sword in his hand at Granny Feng. Why are you doing this? What enmity do I have with you? Granny Feng's heart was pounding. She was very powerful, but when faced with the true killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being, she similarly didn't have the slightest bit of temper. I'll say it again. The deed has already been done, so don't erect a memorial arch in a brothel. Yi Fan sneered coldly, revealing that she was the one who had secretly urged everyone to attack. Junior, you're too arrogant. Sooner or later, even if humans don't take you in, the heavens will. Granny Feng cursed. Who are you to have such a huge grudge against me? Don't tell me you're an old acquaintance of Qi Tian and the others from the human race's ancient road? Yi Fan sneered. However, I'm not interested in finding out anymore. I'll send you on your way. This time, he used the back of his sword to slap at Granny Feng. A mighty gale swept out and sent Granny Feng flying. Boom! Yi Fan followed up. He swung the killing sword in his hand and forced Granny Feng into the formation laid down by Crown Prince Huizhen of the Golden Crow race. In an instant, the great flags fluttered in the wind, and the entire place was overflowing with killing intent. Ah! Granny Feng screamed miserably. She was almost disintegrated in the blink of an eye. Every single formation flag slashed out with a ray of killing light, cutting her into 1,000 pieces. Even someone as powerful as the great sage couldn't withstand it. Even if the fellow cultivators from the ancient road can't avenge me, the heavens will still take you in. Granny Feng cursed. After saying these last words, her body and soul were directly destroyed. Everyone was terrified. This formation was indeed terrifying. It was actually equivalent to an attack from a quasi-emperor. Even the great sage died in an instant after entering. There was no suspense at all. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They felt a chill from the soles of their feet all the way to the top of their heads. All of them were shocked. The heavenly Tao is emotionless, but humans have emotions. All living beings are sufferers, and they're just struggling to survive in this world of mortals. In this world of all things, why is it that the word harmony is so precious and powerful, yet all living beings can't comprehend it? Great Sage Hunshuo sighed with emotion. When everyone heard this, it was as if they were avoiding a ghost. The area he was in was completely cleared out. Yi Fan turned around and looked at Shi Zhongshuan, coldly staring at him. What do you want? Do you want to rely on an emperor weapon to fight against my clan's young master? A middle-aged man stood out with an incomparably solemn expression. Fight? He's not worthy. I'm only suppressing and killing him. On the ancient road of stars, I've killed at least 8, if not 10, divine spirits. He's nothing, Yi Fan said coldly. When everyone heard this, they were all horrified. Even Jiang Yifei, Princess Moon Spirit, Wind Phoenix, and the others were shocked. Chapter 1524. Although some of Yi Fan's achievements on the human's ancient road had been transmitted back by some foreign experts, no one could confirm it. Today, it was Yi Fan himself who spoke of it. It immediately caused a huge wave. Just a few words were enough to shake the world. What were the holy spirits? They were protected by the heavens and were unrivaled among those at the same level. They could not be killed, or else an ominous event would happen sooner or later. Almost no one dared to provoke them. But now, he said that he had killed at least 8 if not 10. This was simply too shocking. Heavens, is this true? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone was shocked. All the races had heard some rumors, and now, they were just confirming it. The human race's holy physique is too terrifying. If this continues, who will be able to stop him in the future? The experts of all races were worried and felt a headache coming on. Princess Moon Sprite frowned slightly. She had a bad feeling about this. She had just established a relationship with the Outerium divine spirit lineage, and now she had provoked Yi Fan, who was in the limelight. He even dared to attack Mount Meru, so what else would he not do? At this moment, all the experts were sighing. They had personally witnessed Yi Fan killing the great sage as if he was chopping firewood. Anyone would be terrified by such power. If one were to say who was uncomfortable, it would naturally be Shi Zhongshuan. Yi Fan did not think highly of him at all and looked down on him as if he was nothing. Imperial blood flowed in Shi Zhongshuan's body, and his status was noble. No matter where he went, people had to respect him. But now, he was being spoken of in such a manner. What face did he have left? The human race's holy physique. Shi Zhongshuan's face was ashen as he shouted through gritted teeth. His thick hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were so cold that they could freeze the sky. He walked over step by step, causing the entire earth to tremble. His sword-like eyebrows were full of murderous intent. Abandon the Emperor weapon. Do you dare to fight against me? His voice was cold and calm as if it came from a 10,000-year-old icehouse. It made everyone feel as if their blood had been frozen, and they expressed their shock at his strength. Yi Fan carried the celestial sword on his back, coldly glanced at him and said, I will never use it in a battle of the same rank, even if the great sage is at the initial rank, killing you is really not difficult. Shi Zhongshuan had always been conceited. He was an arrogant person, so how could he endure such words? He shouted, You say that I'm not worthy, and I'm even more ashamed to stand side by side with someone like you. Today, we will decide who is the hero in life and death. At this point, there was nothing more to say. If he ran away in fear today, how could he establish himself in this world in the future? He would be ridiculed wherever he went. For a conceited person, there was no other choice but to fight. They could only use facts to prove who was the strongest. Don't flatter yourself. You really don't deserve to be on the same level as us, shouted Longma from behind. Kill. Shi Zhongshuan's anger rose to the extreme. His blood surged, making his own fighting prowess also reach the peak. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his eyes flickered with lightning. He directly slaughtered his way over. At this moment, the terrifying aspect of this race was undoubtedly displayed. 9 divine rings appeared around his body, wrapping around him layer after layer. It was as if there were 9 immortal gates overlapping each other, with him at the center. The essence energy of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers poured over like a great waterfall, condensing into one with his body. The vast expanse turned into his power. With every step he took, heaven and earth would tremble intensely. He was clearly less than 3 zhang tall, but it was as if a giant that towered into the heavens was passing through, about to make the great earth cave in. Moreover, auspicious light descended from the heavens strand after strand, all of it connected to his body, releasing the most resplendent radiance. Shi Zhongshuan's body erupted with a powerful aura. The sun, moon, rivers, and mountains were all about to be crushed. With a raise of his hand, he could pluck down stars from outer space. His divine might was matchless. This was his Tao, as well as the Tao of a Holy Spirit. It was incomparably powerful, condensing into one with the power of heaven and earth. He displayed the true art of being one with the heavens, using the power of the 10,000 Daoists to attack Yi Fan. The power of Holy Spirits was something everyone knew. There were too many legends about them. First of all, their physiques were naturally extraordinary, difficult to find in the world. However, those at the peak far surpassed those of the same level. And at this moment, Shi Zhongshuan relied on his physical body to attack. His palms and fingers were like swords that could split the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers were like paper, turning into ashes under the powerful fluctuations. Shi Zhongshuan had heard of Yi Fan's legend in Big Dipper, so he naturally knew how powerful his physical body was. However, he still wanted to use this to fight, proving that the Holy Spirits were the ones who were unparalleled under the heavens. His aura surged, and the fluctuations were so shocking that the meteors floating in outer space were about to fall. The power of his palms and fingers was world-shocking, reaching the limit of what he could display. Yi Fan's expression was cold as he walked over with large strides. He was extremely domineering, looking down from above to suppress his opponent. Along the way, he adjusted his body to its peak state. With a rumble, he directly brandished his right fist, using strength to meet strength with strength. He faced Shi Zhongshuan head-on. The Celestial Emperor fist was displayed in front of the people of Big Dipper, suppressing the 9 heavens and shaking the 9 underworlds. Boundless golden light surged, engulfing in all directions, its aura devouring mountains and rivers. Everyone was indescribably shaken. Human race's holy physique, go die. How can you compete with my Holy Spirit bloodline for number 1? Shi Zhongshuan roared to increase his confidence. His entire body's essence energy surged, and he seemed to have turned into an expanse of Tao laws as he charged over. Boom! This strike shook the heavens and the earth. The fist and the palm collided, and huge beams of light tore through the heavens and the earth, spreading in all directions. Everyone dodged far enough, but they still felt pain in their bodies. The blazing light almost blinded their eyes. Huge cracks crisscrossed, as if they were splitting into outer space. It was incomparably terrifying. This strike split apart this place. If it weren't for the many great sages taking action to protect this place, this great wasteland would have inevitably sunk, and nothing would exist. Ah, an unwilling cry sounded. Shi Zhongshuan flew out horizontally, falling out from the dazzling sphere of light. Both of his hands were dripping with blood. One was broken, and the other turned into powder. He retreated step by step in the void. Huge cracks appeared beneath his feet, extending for over 100 li in the void. The final shockwaves were still like this, so one could well imagine what kind of heavy blow he had just received. Kacha! Shi Zhongshuan's pair of stone arms continued to release cracking sounds. Starting from his hands, they exploded inch by inch. Blood mixed with the stone skin, flying in all directions. Pooh! In the end, Shi Zhongshuan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Both of his arms were completely broken, and only fresh blood flowed out. The Emperor blood emitted sparkling beams of light, flickering with an intimidating light. Even someone as powerful as a divine spirit couldn't compare to Yi Fan in terms of physical strength. Shi Zhongshuan didn't believe in the supernatural and wanted to use reality to prove it. In the end, he paid a disastrous price. For him, this was an unbearable weight. He had already spoken those words, but in the end, it was like a bolt from the blue. He was so shaken that he almost fell onto the ground. The pain of his body couldn't compare to the feeling of defeat in his heart. He was this arrogant and conceited. He had always been shrouded in a divine halo, and no matter where he went, he was always respected. Yet today, he suffered a crushing defeat in front of all the heroes of the heavens. What face did he have left? He raised his head towards the sky and released a sorrowful roar. His entire body was trembling. When the light scattered, Yi Fan stood in his original position. Not even a corner of his clothes was damaged. He was otherworldly, but no one would forget his tyrannical fist just now. It was only a single fist, yet it shattered the heaven and earth and destroyed the enemy's most powerful attack. Just how terrifying of a secret technique was this? Only now did undying mountains and Pooh narrow his eyes. This was the first time he revealed a strange expression. He seemed to be reminiscing about Yi Fan's fist just now. As for the others, they had long been shocked. A single fist shattered the arms of a divine spirit. It was just too shocking. If this kind of powerful fighting strength continued to develop, it would truly be difficult for anyone to restrict Yi Fan in the future. The Wind Phoenix revealed a shocked expression. It was just a single fist, yet she couldn't help but let out a light sigh. From the looks of it, there was simply no way to surpass it. The others were like this as well. This was a battle accomplishment that made everyone feel despair. I refuse to accept this. Shi Zhongshuan's black hair stood on end. His hair danced about like ghostly hands. His expression was one of grief and indignation. His bloodline was special. It was the product of his clan's imperial bloodline and another clan's great sage. For the sake of freeing himself from the shackles of being unable to become a complete human, his birth had extraordinary significance. However, he was completely defeated like this, making him feel as if his heart was being chewed on by 100 bugs. His entire body shone. All of the blood in his body burned, and the bones where his arm was broken released gabbing sounds. They regrew, and this time, it was an arm formed from flesh. It was sturdy and powerful, flowing with precious light. Chang! At the same time, a heavenart halberd appeared in his hands. The enormous halberd blade flickered with ice-cold radiance. Cold light shot out in all directions, and cold energy filled the air. It made the leaves of the endless great trees in the distant mountains dance about, as if it was late autumn. With a schwa sound, he hacked over. A streak of lightning tore through the horizon, and this was the halberd blade's radiance. It was world-shocking, and even if all of the saints attacked together, they would be hacked to pieces. The divine spirit itself was powerful enough, and the strength of his flesh was extremely high. The weapon he held in his hands was naturally not an ordinary item, but a rare holy artifact. Yi Fan didn't want to waste any time either, fearing that something unforeseen might happen. He directly rushed forward, still using his bare hands to face the attack. This time, everyone saw everything clearly. A pair of golden fists carried tens of thousands of strands of Dao light as they suppressed downwards. Kacha! A large piece of the halberd blade was smashed into pieces. With a chang sound, the great halberd changed owners, seized by Yi Fan. This rare weapon had changed owners. Shi Zhongshuan was incomparably humiliated and resentful. The first time was fine, but the second time was the same. He instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, unable to resist. A streak of snow-white radiance flashed past. Yi Fan brandished the heavenart halberd and hacked downwards. Shi Zhongshuan's expression changed greatly as he quickly evaded. However, this was futile. He had evaded this attack, but he couldn't evade Yi Fan's storm-like attacks. In a confrontation like this, natural laws and divine chains of order danced about. The slightest fluctuation was enough to tear apart heaven and earth, let alone an all-out attack. Pooh! In the end, Shi Zhongshuan was chopped in half at the waist by Yi Fan. He cried out miserably as the lower half of his body exploded. He roared angrily, and the upper half of his body wanted to escape. However, it was already too late. Yi Fan brandished the great halberd again. Blood splashed everywhere as his head was chopped off, resting on the halberd blade. Show mercy! Princess Moon's spirit called out. Meanwhile, the eyes of Shi Zhongshuan's servants were all blood-red. They rushed over to save their master. Yi Fan coldly glanced at the crowd. The great halberd in his hand trembled, and with a soft, pu sound, Shi Zhongshuan's head exploded. His flesh and blood were badly mutilated, and his primordial spirit was extinguished. Suddenly, a dangerous aura erupted. This divine tool wanted to devour Yi Fan. He coldly waved his arm, and with a rumble, the deity within the halberd was blasted apart. After that, he tossed the great halberd to the golden-winged rock king. Pooh! At the same time, Yi Fan brandished the celestial arch-fist, and the few servants from the Holy Spirit race who had rushed over were all smashed into pieces. Blood splashed everywhere, and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. This scene shocked everyone. It was just this simple. Yi Fan, who had returned from the ancient starry sky path, was almost invincible. It was difficult for those of the same generation to contend against him. On the ancient path, there are at least 800 people like you, if not 1,000. His calm voice shook the souls of many people. Chapter 1525. Shi Zhongshuan was dead, killed just like that in the great wilderness. A powerful divine spirit did not last long in front of the saintly physique of the human race. This result, this scene, made people shudder. This battle was like a thunderstorm, fierce and swift. It ended too quickly. Even great sage Hunshuo could only open his mouth and sigh. Alas! How many people could stand out and say that they could achieve such a feat? It could be said to be frightening to the soul, silencing all the experts. After a long time, when the main characters had all left, this place was filled with discussion and clamor. Now, there was a difficult problem in front of everyone. In the future, how many people could defeat Yi Fan? This was no longer a problem limited to the Big Dipper. It was a problem that gave all the races in the outer realms a headache. It seems that the legends are true. He really killed until he was unrivaled on the ancient road of the human race. In the future, he will have a place in the highest temple of the universe. The strongest of the human race has never fallen out of the top 15 in the myriad realms. Based on this, he will definitely be one of the top dozen in the future. Many people were discussing. Some were happy, while others were worried. They wanted to stop Yifan. This was no longer a problem of one or two races. But who could do it now? Unless a true quasi-emperor descended, it would be difficult to stop him. In the end, Princess Moon's spirit did not stop Yifan. Even though she had the Jiuli painting with her, she did not make a move. She sighed softly. In the past, they had fought at the Qinling Celestial Pond. If they became enemies again today, it would be even more difficult to resolve in the future. And now, the potential that Yifan had displayed made even the immortal inheritances wary. It was the same for everyone to deal with Yifan. Unless they could kill him in one strike, if they let him go, there would be a catastrophe in the future. I wonder if we can successfully resolve our old grudges in the future, she muttered to herself. The gathering continued. The ancient continent above the City of Darkness became lively again. Although this battle was shocking, it was only an interlude. The discussion of the opening of the path of immortalization still needed to be carried out. Congratulations, it seems that you have gained a lot on the ancient road of the human race. Your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. You have frightened all the realms. In a pavilion surrounded by clouds, Hualin drank Dao comprehension tea as she spoke to Yifan. She had a charming smile on her face. I'm sure you also took a trip on the ancient path and returned to your ancestral land. Naturally, you entered a vast starry sky and your harvest was not small. Yifan smiled. It seems that I have to go to the starry sky too, Jianghu said with a soft sigh. It seems that I have to go to the starry sky too. A long time ago, I easily defeated your race's divine body. There have always been rumors in the outside world that you're the son of the Eternal Universe Emperor. I wonder if it's true or not. Ji Ziyue revealed a dimple on her face and her eyes sparkled as she asked. Jiang Yifei was handsome and handsome. He shook his head and sighed. A few of my race's princes appeared one after another in the most terrifying dark upheaval. Almost all of them died in battle. Jiang Yifei was handsome and handsome. Hearing this, he shook his head, sighed softly, and said, a few of our crown princes appeared one after another in the most terrifying dark turmoil, and almost all of them died in battle. Jiang Yifei was handsome and handsome. He shook his head and sighed. A few of my race's princes appeared in the most terrifying dark upheaval. Almost all of them died in battle. Everyone was in awe. They thought of the legends. The Jiang family's princes had shed their last blood for the human race, quelling the dark upheaval and bringing peace to the human race. Ji Ziyue blinked. She heard some clues. Jiang Yifei said that almost all the princes of his family had died in battle. Many heroes had died. Ji Ziyue blinked. She heard some clues. Jiang Yifei said that almost all the princes of his family had died in battle. It was obvious that someone else had survived. Only one person left alone. However, he was certain to die. He said that he was going to search for karma and disappeared from this world, Jiang Yifei said calmly. Longma and the others cursed. The instigator of the dark upheaval was too cruel, harming others and himself. Not far away, and Pu drank by himself. He raised his head and drank a cup of good wine. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed it. His pale face revealed a hint of reminiscence. He glanced over and said, if that is the dark upheaval, then this era is the dark apocalypse. As soon as he said this, the nearby cultivators all felt a chill. Those who had come into contact with him were already suspicious of his identity and had more or less guessed his background. Survival of the fittest. Even the Supremes have no choice. And Pu drank 3 cups of wine in a row. He then stood up and left without any hesitation. These mindless words made everyone's hearts go cold. They were even more worried about the future. Those who knew his identity in particular felt their hearts sink. Yi Fan's expression was grave. He sighed softly. This was a golden age that had been waiting for endless ages. All the supreme experts of the heavens and 10,000 realms would rush over. All the great life forms would enter and break the seal. The accumulation from ancient times until now would blossom brilliantly in this era. How exactly would it end? Perhaps it would be extremely cruel, surpassing everyone's imagination. Not long after, someone from the Central Imperial Court came to invite Yi Fan over to discuss the opening of the path of immortality. Everyone was shocked. Even the great sage regarded him with such importance and couldn't avoid him. He had to participate. This could be said to be a great honor. The Wind Phoenix was shocked. This was the first time these older generation figures took the initiative to invite someone from the younger generation. Thinking about it, he indeed had the qualifications. Not to mention his combat strength, just the organization of the Celestial Court was enough. To dare to destroy Mount Meru, how astonishing was this? It was enough to rank as one of the greatest powers in the present age, and he was the sect master. Not long after, Huolin, Jianghu, Princess Moon Spirit, the Wind Phoenix, and the other inheritors of the great undying sects were also invited to enter the Central Imperial Court. The representatives of the various clans all spoke. They wanted to set some rules that were beneficial to their clans, but it was too difficult to reach an agreement. The disputes were endless, and during this period, the great sage even had a falling out and went out to fight, resulting in a disaster. As for the battles between saints, there were even more. Bloody cases occurred from time to time near the ancient Sun continent, causing chaos. This distinguished meeting lasted for half a month, far exceeding everyone's expectations. In the end, it ended on a bad note. Apart from a limited number of matters that were agreed upon, the others were all rejected. It could be said that this meeting was extremely unsuccessful. It didn't achieve the desired results. The clans weren't satisfied and decided to set a time to discuss again. Without a doubt, the more powerful the inheritance, the more powerful they would be. They wouldn't shrink back. At the same time, the heroes of Big Dipper also had a bad premonition. The saints from outside this region were only the vanguard, the pathfinders. The sect masters of the various regions hadn't even moved yet. The great emperor of the Golden Crow race isn't the only quasi-emperor. There will definitely be a few more. This was the consensus of everyone. As for the half-step quasi-emperor and the ancestral artifacts of the various clans, they were also destined to appear. The future was bound to be extremely cruel. On the last day of the meeting, the void mirror shone on its own and descended on the outskirts of Undying Mountain. It released endless immortal radiance and floated up and down. Then, it disappeared with a swoosh as it broke into the southern region. The meeting ended. In the end, it didn't go according to everyone's wishes. Ji Ziyue was forcibly taken away by the great sage of Ji clan because the people of Undying Mountain had come into being. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen to her. Yi Fan made an agreement with her to visit Ji clan after a period of time. Then, he would head north and prepare to take a look at the Jade Pool. That 9-aperture divine stone had always worried him. Along the way north, he naturally passed by Mount Purple. Facing this ancient Emperor Mountain, his heart was filled with endless emotions. There were too many mysteries buried here. No one could say for sure what had happened to great Emperor Wuxia. Did he fight his way into the immortal domain, or did he truly die in meditation? Here, he thought of many people. He silently lit some incense and offered sacrifices to the 5th-generation Yuan Taoist Master Zhonglin. He still remembered the scene of Patriarch Zhonglin turning into ashes under the brilliant morning glow after the victory of that battle and the destruction of the Valley of Divinity. He bid farewell to Saintess Yang Yi with a smile and the unique aura of a hero. He left the world in a carefree manner, turning into a rain of light, leaving behind a period of glory and sorrow. That was one of the most unforgettable memories of Yi Fan's life. Even thinking about it made his heart ache. Patriarch Zhang Lin and Celestial King Jiang Taishu were the two people he respected the most. Patriarch Zhang Lin was a true hero. His style was peerless, enough to make the world pale in comparison. Although his fate was full of misfortunes, his brilliance was enough to illuminate all the haze. Yi Fan stopped for a long time, then came to an abandoned stone stronghold on the other side of Mount Purple. There were some tombstones here. Fifth Master Zhang was finally buried in the homeland where he had once lived. He silently worshipped here for a long time before getting up and leaving. When will the Wuxia scripture in Mount Purple appear again? And that Wuxia bell seemed to be in a state of half-resurrection, resisting and disintegrating all the pressure from the outside world. It was full of unsolved mysteries, as if a great emperor was controlling it. The path of immortality is about to open. Everything will be revealed. Yi Fan continued north and entered the divine city. He came to the place where he had truly risen to prominence. The stone gambling war, the breakthrough of the four extremes, the sacrifice of the white-robed divine king, all these scenes played out before his eyes. The divine city was magnificent. The city walls were like mountain ridges, stretching endlessly and majestically. It was as if the ancient city where the celestial emperor lived had descended into the mortal world. Yi Fan entered the city and wandered around the stone shops. He discovered a phenomenon that left him speechless. There were many portraits of him. All gamblers would worship his portrait before cutting their stones, praying for good luck. Since when did I become a fraud? Why am I being worshipped like this? Yi Fan was speechless. He really didn't know what to say. Of course, most of the people worshipping his portrait were ordinary people, and most of them were gamblers. He shook his head again. No matter what, his reputation in the divine city was too great. He was revered as the sixth heaven source patriarch. To many people who gambled on stones, he was like a god, and so they often worshipped him. Hey, who is that person? Why does he look like the person in the portrait? Oh my God, is it the patriarch's spirit? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, it's not right. It's a living person. I fell down and immediately cut the stone. Good luck. The original spirit is swaying in front of me. Holy sh*t, why did I see it too? You're not the only one with good luck. Is this real? Some ordinary people saw Yi Fan. They were all dumbstruck. Then, like an uproar, they surrounded him. In just a blink of an eye, the noise reached the sky. The original spirit is here. It's really here. Patriarch, please bestow us with some original spirit. We have been worshipping him every day. 3 joss sticks a day have never been less. A group of people shouted, causing a commotion. Yi Fan had a headache. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had been wondering about the special power of faith in the myriad Qi cauldron these years. It turned out that the source was here. He couldn't help but rub his chin. Yi Fan walked directly towards a majestic stone square. Today, he came here for no other reason than the Stone King of the past. He wanted to find out the truth. Chapter 1526. The Ji clan's stone square occupied a vast area. It could be called a city within a city. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and giant vines crawled about. Origin stones piled up like small mountains were everywhere. Yi Fan passed through a dozen or so courtyards and roughly looked around. Then, he directly entered the Heaven Divine Garden and arrived at the centermost area. This place was filled with wondrous trees. The trees were covered in sparkling and translucent flowers. As the wind blew, the fallen petals flew about, and a sweet fragrance assailed the nostrils. At this moment, a rain of flowers danced about. Every single petal was translucent, and there was a kind of otherworldly beauty to it. 100 or so years had passed, and the stone square's former protectors had long changed. He didn't recognize any of them. The Yuan Daoist master is here. Everyone, hurry and move aside. Let the ancestor guide us and bestow us with good fortune, someone shouted. Normally, this divine garden in the depths was very peaceful. Even if people came, they would quietly choose their stones. Today, however, there was a sea of people. More than half of the city's people heard about this place and hurried over. The outside was already so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The Ji clan's stone square's gate was about to collapse. Even with people guarding it, it was still difficult to stop the flood of people. "Fellow Daoist Yi, you are?" an elder from the Ji clan asked with a doubtful expression. Now, Yi Fan's relationship with the Ji clan wasn't shallow. He shouldn't have come to find trouble with them, but why did he come here? It seemed like he really did want to cut the stones. This wasn't the past anymore. Even divine origin wasn't very useful to Yi Fan unless it was divine origin liquid. So why did he come here today? Mortals didn't understand, and cultivators were also very confused. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the world, unless a legendary immortal origin appeared in the world, there wouldn't be anything in the stone square that was worth his attention. "I just came to take a look and cut a stone," Yi Fan answered. When he said this, it immediately caused an uproar. And now, what kind of identity did he have? The things that could catch his eye were definitely not small. Could it be that an immortal medicine appeared here? Many people's hearts jumped, and then their blood immediately boiled. A few cultivators thought themselves clever and directly picked up a few seemingly extraordinary stones. What if they guessed correctly? They believed that as long as it was a place where Yi Fan appeared, there would definitely be something good. On this day, the business of the Ji family's stone workshop was very good. Since someone had started, there were naturally others who followed suit. They frantically fought over the stones, and there were even a lot of stones being auctioned. Yi Fan shook his head and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect him to have such an effect. He wasn't worried at all that the king of the stone nation would be taken away by someone else. The Ji family's stone workshop was in a hubbub. People were scrambling to choose their stones. In a moment, the turnover was almost equivalent to the total turnover of the past year. Unfortunately, those who harbored such thoughts ended up empty-handed. Almost no one managed to cut out anything decent. All of them grimaced in pain, feeling that they had been tricked. Yi Fan walked around the Heaven Series stone square and frowned slightly. He actually did not sense anything. He did not see any decent stones. There was no stone king here. He stepped out and walked towards the slightly inferior gardens one after another. He almost walked around half of the stone square, but he still did not sense anything special. In recent years, have there been any supernatural incidents in the Divine City? Or any special items? Yi Fan asked the people of the Ji family. No. The old man shook his head. It's just that 100 years ago, someone cut out dozens of divine worms and said that they could be used as primers for medicine. A pair of divine worms could prolong one's life for 1 or 2 years. It caused a sensation at that time, another old man added. It was definitely not the king of the stone nation. It was nothing. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He opened his third eye and carefully observed the surroundings. Seeing this, the discussion became even louder. They believed that there must be something extraordinary in the Ji family's stone square. Yi Fan's expression was enough to explain everything. There were quite a few people who made a move. Yi Fan looked over, and they bought the stones from that place. In the end, they were left empty-handed, and they still didn't have any gains. Is this a two-man show? Are they trying to trick us? Someone muttered. However, they didn't think it was necessary. With Yi Fan's current status, how could he stoop so low as to do such a thing? People of the Ji family knew that the god and the pearl of their family had a close relationship with Yi Fan. He would never trick them. If they needed help, he would do his best to help them. That was why they didn't mind. They stayed next to him and answered all his questions. Recently, have you used the stones here on a large scale? Yi Fan asked. Yes, we built a garden behind it. We moved some waste materials there and used them as the foundation, answered an elder. Take me there, said Yi Fan. It was a newly built garden. Of course, it was more than 10 years old, but compared to the old garden, there were a lot of stones scattered here. People couldn't hold back anymore. Although they were afraid of offending Yi Fan, they didn't dare to show their faces. However, they still bought some stones in secret. Some waste materials were used as the foundation. They were built underneath, said an elder. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. If the King of Stones was really used as the foundation, it would be a big problem. He walked around the magnificent building while his third eye shone brightly. I can feel it. Yi Fan murmured. He was shocked. He had used his original technique and sensed a strange qi, but it had retreated in an instant. Yi Fan had a feeling that it was the King of Stones. Things were going better than he had expected. After so many years, the King of Stones was still here. It was good news. Many people widened their eyes and stared at the buildings. If they had great magic power, they would definitely rob them, because the divine item might be under the ground. Unfortunately, facing the current holy physique of the human clan, they did not dare to do so even if they had several times the courage. Out of everyone's expectations, Yi Fan stood there silently for a very long time. He did not walk towards the buildings. Ripples spread out from his feet in all directions. Many patterns could be seen clearly on the ground. They were dazzling and interweaved like lightning, but they didn't hurt anyone. This was the extension of Yi Fan's divine sense. It reached every nook and cranny, searching for traces of the Stone King. He was about to find it. Oh, these stones are glowing. Oh my God, they are treasures. Everyone cried out in surprise. Hundreds and thousands of stones in the stone garden were glowing and flying into the sky, trying to escape. Some experts hurriedly took action to snatch these stones. They didn't care about the price. This place was in chaos. It was a strange scene. All kinds of glowing stones were flying in the air. Many people were excited to the extreme. This seemed to be a treasure with a spirit, and it had been alarmed by Yi Fan. It's not just one piece of divine material, but a pile of them. Everyone's eyes turned green. Unfortunately, when someone couldn't wait to cut the stone and open the stone, they found that it was empty inside. There was nothing inside. This was all an illusion. Even though all the flying stones were glowing, they were ordinary stones after they were caught. There was nothing special about them. Yi Fan's feet shook. Genesis runes densely covered the void. The light on all kinds of stones dimmed and fell to the ground. He was very surprised. This King of Stones was extraordinary. It must be a living creature. Otherwise, how could it have such means? It seemed to be very powerful, so he had to be careful. Everyone was in a daze. They had rejoiced for nothing. Even now, they could only smile bitterly. Trying to play tricks in front of the Yuan Taoist master was like shooting oneself in the foot. Yi Fan silently observed for a moment. He locked on to the direction and walked forward. He went straight to a lake in the courtyard. The grass and trees here were fresh, and the lake water was clear. It was like a gem embedded here. Yi Fan raised his hand and grabbed at the lake. His golden fingers covered the sky and the earth, covering the entire lake. Boom! Waves rushed into the sky. No one had thought that the originally calm lake would boil at this moment. Many waste stones flew up and violently collided. There was actually the pressure of a saint. Heavens, what is that? Could it be that a saint is hiding here? It can't be an ancient that has yet to come into being, right? So the saint physique came for him. I really thought there was an immortal celestial medicine. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that there would be a mysterious existence in the stone square. It had been hibernating all this time. What on earth was it? Walala. A sound came from the lake. A group of giant stones emerged from the water and were placed on the ground by Yi Fan. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he really couldn't deal with the King of Stones because it was comparable to a saint. These stones were all blossoming with auspicious colors and divine splendor. They were all trembling as if they were about to soar into the sky. Yi Fan chuckled and said, "You're still using smokescreen at this point. It's useless against me. He used a shifting divine ability to move all the other stones away. Only a meter-tall broken stone was left. He had set his sights on this target. This stone was an earthy gray color and was not eye-catching at all. There were many cracks on its surface, and it looked like it was about to break into pieces. There was even a hole in the front and back. Anyone would think that it was a useless stone that could not contain immortal treasures. Otherwise, the Ji family wouldn't have placed it in the lake and treated it as a river stone. All of you, step back a bit. Yi Fan said. Everyone took a step back after hearing this. This king of stones was definitely not simple and not easy to deal with. One has to know that when the sacred prince was cut out, he was only a powerful existence. As for the sacred prince, he was just an egg that was taken away by the ancient race. And now, they could see that this was at least a saint. The primal chaos was hazy, and the stone was no longer moving. However, it revealed a type of origin energy. Strands of primal chaos pervaded the air, making this place seem mysterious and unfathomable. Everyone was shocked. From the past until now, they had never heard of anyone encountering primal chaos energy when cutting a stone. Could this be something from before the creation of the world? Everyone revealed a strange expression. This 1-meter square gray stone suddenly became extraordinary. It made them feel as if they had returned to the beginning of all living things. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable feeling came to him, making him feel that something was out of the ordinary. His heavenly eye had long been opened, but he could not see through it. This was something that had never happened before. He was the Yuan Taoist master, and now that he had mastered the heavenly eye, he was the absolute authority in the field of origin techniques. This kind of heavenly eye should be able to see through all kinds of stones. However, this time, it defied common sense. There seemed to be a ball of immortal energy within the stone, and it was wrapping around something. No matter how bright his eyes were, he could not see through it. There's no other way. I'll have to cut it open and see what's inside. Yi Fan stepped forward and prepared to cut the stone. Chapter 1527. As soon as Yi Fan was about to take action, Stone King trembled and retreated several steps. There was even more chaotic energy around it. Shwa! Divine chains of order appeared between Yi Fan's golden palm and fingers. They descended like divine phoenix feathers, locking it in place and preventing it from budging an inch. Hong! Primal chaos surged and suddenly exploded. It was as if a world had been split apart, shaking the entire stone square. Everyone was horrified. Stone King was even more powerful than they had imagined. What was this thing? There was too much chaotic energy. Normally, this kind of thing would only appear in newly opened small worlds or at the edge of the cosmos. How could it be so strong? Yi Fan used his finger as a blade to carve on the stone material. He didn't want to injure the things inside and wanted to peel them off layer by layer. Kacha! A layer of earth and gray stone skin fell off. This place immediately erupted with 9-colored divine multicolored light. It was so dazzling that everyone couldn't open their eyes. It truly was an astonishing scene. Everyone backed up in alarm. They watched from the distance, feeling incredibly bewildered. They had never seen this kind of scene before. First, there was primal chaos, and then there was this kind of resplendent immortal multicolored light. Yi Fan took action again. Stone fragments rustled down. A large piece of the stone skin fell off, making this stone tremble endlessly. Wenglong. Waves of clear energy surged, turning into strand after strand of dazzling light. It was as if an immortal was ascending. Many miraculous scenes appeared in this garden. It was as if great emperors were shouting one after another. It was also as if the great gates of an immortal domain had been opened, revealing a vast and dazzling world. Stone flying immortal. This scene appeared again. Normally, this type of scene would only appear when rare treasures were born. Different immortal materials were accompanied by different scenes. This time, the flying immortal in the stone was clearly too shocking. Everyone could clearly feel that there were great emperors roaring and struggling one after another. What is that? Everyone felt a wave of trembling. This was clearly a type of irregular scene and not a real person, but it made everyone tremble. When had something like this ever happened when cutting stones? It was as if there really were great emperors standing side by side, overlooking the endless past and facing the common people. They released an aura of supremacy, making everyone feel like they were about to kneel down in defeat. There were no energy fluctuations at all, not even the slightest bit of pressure. However, it was just this intimidating. An incomparable supreme being aura made everyone feel reverence. What was inside the stone? This left everyone shaken, and they began to mutter inwardly. Stone flying immortal, the irregular scene this time was different from the legends, and it left everyone stunned. The illusory immortal domain slowly faded away in the light. The shadows of these great emperors all disappeared, slowly dissipating into the world. Crack. Yi Fan continued to cut open the stone, bringing everyone's thoughts back to reality. The various visions of the flying immortal and the stone also disappeared, ending the illusion. However, everyone still couldn't let it go. It was as if they really experienced a scene of emperors appearing in this world. They felt a boundless atmosphere, unable to say anything for a long time. Following the continuous cracking sounds, a lot of the broken stone's skin was shaved off, and it began to struggle again very fiercely. Even though Yi Fan was born with divine strength, he was still surprised. The strength of this rock was not small, it was much stronger than ordinary saints. If not for him holding it down, it would definitely have flown away. At the same time, a desolate aura suddenly erupted as a world smashed towards Yi Fan. That's right, this was a vast world, incomparably vast. Towering mountains, boundless waterfalls, and ancient trees towered up into the sky. It was like a divine land of desolation, where the myriad of races coexisted. A world suddenly appeared in the air, pressing down on Yi Fan. No matter who it was, they would be shocked. This world was formed from a powerful will, wanting to ram into his sea of consciousness and suppress his immortal foundation. The powerful Yi Fan naturally wouldn't allow the Stone King to succeed. The tiny golden figure in the center of his brows sat cross-legged, directly blocking all of this. However, he didn't shatter it because it looked somewhat familiar, causing him to be dazed. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked carefully and saw that this was a vast land of mountains and rivers. Many scenes seemed familiar. The other shore of the starry sky, Earth. He finally recognized that this was the land of his hometown. Naturally, it wasn't the same as what he was seeing now, but the vast world that only cultivators could come into contact with. He had once returned to Earth, and after careful observation, he found that the real world was incomparably vast, many times larger than what he knew. However, it was all enveloped by a great formation and sealed. The current mortal world was only a small part of it. He had been to Kunlun, Mount Longhu, Mount Mao, and other places. He had also been to Changbai Ancestral Mountain, but all of them were sealed by great formations. Only a small part of it was exposed. This is the ancient land of Earth that wasn't sealed. Yi Fan was truly astonished. The first time he returned to Earth, he saw all sorts of mountains towering into the sky. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of meters tall they were, but they were almost identical to what he had just seen. What was going on? How could this Stone King reflect the ancient world on the other side of the starry sky? Could it be that the creature in the stone came from Earth? This was too shocking, and it truly challenged one's state of mind. Fuxi, the Yellow Emperor, the Yangxiang clan, Laozi, the Buddha, and other powerful figures had never been seen after entering the cosmos. Who would have thought that he would meet one here today? Yi Fan's heart was heavy and his expression was extremely solemn. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest as he began to cut the stone again in order to peel the creature out. The vast world disappeared, but those scenes were imprinted in Yi Fan's heart, making him feel the aura of his homeland. It was like it was calling him, asking him to return. He had many questions. This creature was sealed in the stone and felt that it was at least a creature from the primordial era. This was a predecessor that was many times older than the Yan Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, and the Yangxiang clan. If it wasn't Fuxi, the Yellow Emperor, and other beings that were both human and divine, then who could it be? Where was the ancient era? The era of the 99 Dragon Mountains? That's very ancient. That calamity swept through the heavens and 10,000 realms before finally landing on Earth. Yi Fan's fingers didn't stop as he slowly cut the stone. He felt that the creature that could suppress the stone was definitely not one of the great predecessors listed above. It was just that this person was sufficiently ancient. At this point, Yi Fan felt that Earth was more and more mysterious. Apart from the final Kunlun landing there seemed to be many unknown secrets. Kacha. With a light sound, the stone was cut open and emitted boundless light like a small sun. Many people immediately closed their eyes, unable to look straight at it. What kind of immortal material was this? Some of the most powerful cultivators endured the pain in their eyes and stared here, wanting to see clearly. Yi Fan's mind trembled. His heavenly eyes shot out in astonishing light. He didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. This was a type of source, something that theoretically existed in the Heavenly Origin book. According to speculation, it should exist in this world, but none of the previous Yuan Taoist masters had ever seen it. In the past, Yi Fan had only heard about this kind of thing when he was at the sacred cliff. The undying Daoist's primordial spirit was sealed in the immortal source, so it should be this kind of material. According to the information he grasped, if one wanted to remain undying, even this kind of source couldn't seal the great emperor. It was simply impossible unless they paid an unimaginably huge price. For a supreme being, this material was only a bit stronger than a divine source. There was a creature sealed in the divine source that possessed a vigorous life aura. It was emitting a kind of vitality that gave people a feeling of the birth of all living things. As the remaining stone skin fell off, a large part of this rarely seen immortal source was gradually revealed. There was actually a little fellow inside that was currently looking at Yi Fan. Oh meow la, bet, a mumbling sound transmitted from the immortal source. This creature was talking to Yi Fan, as if it was expressing some apprehension and dissatisfaction. What are you saying? Yi Fan fixed this immortal source in place and released his golden battle chi to deal with it. Ali Maya la gu. This little creature continued to speak, and its words were clearly transmitted to Yi Fan's ears. Primal chaos pervaded the air, a mysterious mist lingered around the immortal source, blocking other people's line of sight. It was as unfathomable as immortal mist. And at this time, Yi Fan was very close, he could clearly see what was inside. Inside the immortal source was actually a child. This made him feel that it was inconceivable. He clearly felt the power of a saint, but when he cut it open, it was actually a child. Moreover, he was chubby, and charmingly naive. This was a child that looked to be about 3 or 4 years old, completely naked. It was a child, his pupils were like black gemstones, and his entire body was white and clean. He didn't look dangerous at all, and even looked very cute. Yi Fan was a bit stunned. Previously, he thought for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be such a chubby child. He was white and chubby, and seemed harmless to both man and beast. What the F***ck, Dan Fu Fun, this child saw that he didn't make a move, so he became more courageous. He put away his fearful and alarmed expression, and began to talk loudly with him. The immortal source's shape was extremely special, like a small coffin, but also like a crystal bed. The child laid inside, and it was extremely comfortable. Only, now that it was raised by Yi Fan and fixed in place, the nervousness in his heart didn't completely disappear. He carefully confronted Yi Fan. Meanwhile, the primal chaos around the immortal source never scattered, making him look more and more extraordinary. One has to understand that creatures that could naturally gather primal chaos were all extraordinary. Yi Fan's expression was extremely gloomy. He fixed the immortal source and carefully thought about it. This matter was too strange, and no matter how he looked at it, it was a bit strange. It was just a child, yet he had the power of a saint at such a young age. This wasn't just heaven-defying, it was simply unheard of. It didn't conform to common sense, and it was just too subversive. Unless he wasn't a child and only had this appearance, it really didn't make sense. His aptitude was more abnormal than anyone he knew of. He awakened more than 100 years ago and was sealed in the immortal source. If he cultivated during this period of time, the immortal source should have cracked like the sacred prince in the past. It was clear that this child didn't cultivate, and the immortal source didn't have any cracks. It was still